Oh yeah, by the way, today I don't show my face. So, not like I kind of shy or anything, it's just that I haven't took a shower yet, so I look like shit. And also I didn't put like my background thing on. Like, I want to show my face, it's still can. It's not like I look terrible today, it's just... Yeah! I'm too lazy to put this thing on. Okay? And one day, this thing is gonna hit the freaking fan. Basically, the green screen is more or less like friction fit into the back of my chair. To be honest, I should add a few more work into that file I have on showing the VGen thingy, you know. I don't know where they are. And also, I already said tummy ache is more like, you know, butterfly in my stomach. I should have go to the toilet before I come here. I know I say a better word. But either way, Tata, I'll be back soon. Gonna get to the toilet. Number 2. You know the funniest thing is that I haven't actually like really started my vertical stream yet. Now it's starting. Yay. 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 Now everything is properly starting. Thank you very much for dropping by. Hi there, Scott. Hi there, Felix. Why there are people here while I'm not here? One PM for me. Then let us do a little bit of. Still quite a lot of things I have to work out with. Like, hold on a little bit. Yeah, I haven't ironed my hair yet, so I do look a little bit NPC look like at the moment. This is like why I don't usually show my face that much. It's just that every single time I have to show my face, I do quite a lot of stuff. I don't put makeup on my face, but at least I want to look decent. At least my hair. But hair is man's best friend, okay? You can't like get hair away from me. If I ever went bald, I'm gonna wear like those kind of like expensive ass shit like wig to make myself look like so fucking handsome. That's basically coming out from K-pop, and I don't even have to like I don't even have to stylize the hair. Like usually wig already like pre-stylized. Hey. All I need to do is just have a decent glue and everything shall be started well. Vgens, Vtuber. Do 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 do. I'm gonna have it, daddy. Bum 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 bum. I know it's a little bit weird. I am a little bit weird today. I have no idea. I feel giddy up. Maybe it's because I haven't taken my medications. I essentially like in some sense I'm drunk by natures. Do I take my meds now? You know what? This has been a while. Like yesterday, I was like getting hit by a very like bad vertigo. I should keep taking it, just to like, you know, suppress it a little bit more. My condition is not like in the best condition at the moment too. Is that the way? Hello there everyone, my name is Kirivaku and I'm your host and your voice for the voice. Here's to entertain you that may or may not have no idea what I'm doing. And where is my bottle of water? It's just me. Oh, that it's right in my blind spot. Sorry there. Whew. I'm gonna feel like really clear after an hour. I'm reluctant to take my medication a little bit too much because my body will like get used to it, and then like I have to like take more and more, and the side effect of it is technically just giving me a headache. If you guys don't know what it is, it's called beta cert. It's usually like people with venereal disease need to take it. I have something similar to it. Like, it's weird that doctor still prescribe me, even though it doesn't really like do too much to me. But it's been nothing because I do have a like actual venereal disease thingy like happening to me too, with some other things that kind of like enhance the vertigo. And that thing is kind of like it's kind of a bitch and a half, kind of, yeah. I might have to do a little bit much more YCH stuff in the futures. Like, one of the YCH stuff I have right now is technically this one. Hope it doesn't lag. Yep. This one, like, you can see like the whoop whoop, bling, that thing. Like that transitions is something I made for myself. I haven't really like completed yet. It's just a sketch. You can already see like the me in there. It kind of supposed to be like that. Like, it's supposed to be in like black and white, and then like the hands like appeared out of nowhere. The rest of the effect stuff is colored. Those kind of things. Well, lots of things that still have to like fix up though. It's gonna take a while. Okay, back to drawing. Last time I want to like do like I want to basically just want to watch the street like YouTube video while working. Apparently I got region blocked visual block. Like, usually like you listen to like song, you might listen to some song that have like region block. Yeah, apparently just showing the visual, I kind of like do get myself bonked too, which I kind of hate it. Like, how? Man, there's no graphic content. Either way, just not going to listen to any like old song, I guess. But I'm not young. I'm not going to listen to like Cardi B or something like that. I'm listening to Lemon Tree like back in the days. Round and round, da da da, yeah, na 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 na. Oops, wrong thing. This is this one. Should we kind of like do like a react watch along at the same time while doing like like a drawing stream at the same times? You guys might not be able to see what I'm watching, but essentially it is basically watching the Saikuno situations. If you guys don't know who Saikuno is, it's basically like I have to be honest with everyone here. No men are good men. The only thing that not like no man is good man, okay? I can tell one thing is like The only kind of like decent men still exist is basically men with self-control, okay? Every man is pervert. Just depends on your personal morality and your self-control, how much you can kind of like do that. And there are people who have self-control with low morality. That is the most dangerous kind you can ever find. Just have to be careful with that thing. Like I won't like blame the victims. I won't. That guy is just an asshole. But I can tell you guys one thing: like you always have a little bit of precautious, especially toward creators, because we do put up a face just on the camera. Okay. Well, technically, I gave up putting a face on the camera a long time ago because I'm just fucking lazy. But still, there are lots of people still do that, especially the famous one, because it's like you just have to know that circle a little bit. You will understand this. If that circle always pull out that crap, I support the latest thing. Just because everyone is like, as long as you do the support the latest thing, you won't get hate. You have to understand that person already have like the kind of like method that he will put on the face for the sake of like entertainment or anything, or like for fame and stuff. You gotta know that person more or less likely have 90% chance that they might be either A, lying to you, or B, pretending to be care. Like the so-called like quote-unquote LA streamers, like generally a lot of them are like that. Okay? Like the famous one. I do find it sad, like Lily Peaches is kind of like among those people. I know she's just being herself, but the rest of the friend is kind of like really fake. Like while like a lot of few people, it's like you can definitely see, like if you live long enough, I guess, like not the younger side of people, like if you live long enough, you actually do know like people who is like literally are just being themselves, and people who is just, you know, putting up a face to do things. I kind of can see that a long time ago, which my friends told me like, hey, that is a very dangerous skill you have there. Like, wait, what? How is that a dangerous skill set? And as time passed, I kind of say like ability to read people, it is in some sense quite dangerous for lots of fake people. But still, yeah, like I mean, like, oh, watching the entire situation unfold, I was like, oh, I kind of like, even like, here's the thing, I don't watch them a lot, is because I know like how fake half of them is. And I was like, I actively don't watch Saikuno stuff at all, is because everyone can speak soft and a little bit anime-like when they wanted to. I don't do this thing is because like this is really an active things. It's an effort you have to do. It's like you're trying to talk to the kids in a very soft manner. It doesn't work. I can do that shit too. I would not keep doing that shit. Gosh dang in my ears. Sorry about your guys' ear too. Accidentally create an SMR for no reasons. But essentially, like, here's the thing. I have two voices, so I do understand sometimes people like change their voice time to time. And I also understand very well when kind of like the voice is like they did it on purpose or is medically induced. Like I do felt bad for Corp's husband too. It's like his voice is like sounds super duper sexy. It's because his throat is like super fucked up. Like the first thing I heard his voice, like I'll be like, holy shit, what happened to the throat? Like you can definitely hear when people sound like this. You do know why Palpatine sound like this? It's because you put on so much effort to sound like it, or your throat is really, really fucked up that you can, like, no matter how much voice or air you push out, you just sound like this. So when he actually sounded like that, like, he got famous because of his voice. The moment I hear it, yes, maybe he naturally default has a deep voice, but when the voice sound like this is definitely your throat getting fucked up in some way by default if you sound like that. And then later on, it does, like, let other people know. He does, like, let other people know, like, actually, like, he have these conditions that he have to constantly have, like, stethoscope, like, just shove it down to his throat to, like, take a look at his lung, or not lung, like, trachea and shit. So, like, as time passes, like, every single time you do that, and also the acid reflexes and everything is just, like, fucked up his, like, vocal box as time goes. That even I kind of sort of knew it the moment I heard his voice, like, first time, because I sort of keep getting sore throat a lot, so I do know what a fuck up sound like. Like, back in the days when I was young, I keep getting sore throat very easily, almost to a point that even doctors are kind of concerned, like, because, like, the antibiotic I keep taking is, like, getting stronger and stronger and stronger. They're afraid kind of like my throat is kind of like will, like, give birth to, like, some sort of super bug because of it. But either way, yeah, it was, like, around that time, like, it's really bad. And then yeah, this psychono stuff I say again, like, you can definitely hear it from somebody's voice. There are people like me. I literally have, like, 2 different voice, not because I'm trying to pretend. That's the funny ass shit things that, like, I have to, like, explain this, but I don't really need to explain. It's more like I'm multilingual. I speak in multiple language, and different language I sound a little bit different in energy wise. So I end up have different voice when I speak in different language, obviously. And I learn how to brought forth that energy from different language to another language. So when I speak English, I actually speak it in a much more, like, I won't really say softer way. It's more like more drag out way. And I try to, like, you know, exhale a little bit more air because I want to pronounce a word better. So when I speak English, this is normally how I speak. Much more clearer. You can hear my voice is, like, much more booming. That is just how I normally speak when I speak English. I relax myself a lot more. So I end up sounding like this. But if I put in a little bit more energy, squeeze up my vocal cord a little bit, I'm not even, like, trying to be very high pitch. Like, I still sound way more different, right? This is just the energy difference. Not even this tone and energy difference. I didn't even, like, sound different, to be honest. It's just identically similar. And we all know there's, like, the kid talk thingy. You know, you'll be like, you're seeing a cute little baby, you'll be like, "Oh, hi there, how are you?" Those kind of things. "Nice to see you." Those voices, you definitely can fucking hear it. And technically, like, ages ago, when I hear the first time, like, Sakuno talking, a lot of people be, like, very, very smitten by his voice. I'd be like, no, that is not his fucking voice. I know, like, is his fucking voice, but he actually, like, have to, like, put up an effort to do it kind of voice, you know? Like, a lot of people, like, always, like, have that voice that they can definitely use it indefinitely, but they definitely have to, like, put a lot of effort into it. Like, this particular voice I'm using, it is, in some sense. When I speak Mandarin, it sounds like this, but when I have to use it in English, I do have to put a much more effort, kind of move forward of, like, the habit of, like, speaking Mandarin and put it in here, English. Thank God when I speak Cantonese, I do sound a little bit on the deeper side, so it's easy to kind of, like, just, you know, shift around like this one. It's not really that hard. It's just that normally when I speak English, I do sound like this. When I speak Cantonese, I sound like this too. So it's not a really hard transitions. And when I speak Malay, Malay Mandarin, I do, like, lean up on the much more, like, high pitched voice. So it's just like that. But yeah, man, it's just a messy situation. Let's kind of like watch all this thing together, shall we? Let me hide this one. I don't really need to see this. Oh, I can't hide this too. All right. All right. Let's turn this thing on. I didn't really finish watching the video. Let's kind of like do like watch along together, shall we? A little bit of watch along, and then yeah, kind of like I have to like see all these things. Okay. Let's see. Is it? Okay. Let's pin it up and let's play the video. Let's watch it together. Let's get on to the Mugen train!
Of these set of DMs, we can see them what had happened. And as someone as prolific and successful as him, I had no reason to doubt anything he said to me. These screenshots. My girlfriend of 4 years has recently become obsessed with a male streamer and I feel really uncomfortable about it. This was a post made on the subreddit r/relationship advice around the end of 2020. What was particularly shocking here is that barely just a few days after making that initial post, he'd end up breaking up with his girlfriend. Her obsession with that streamer was that irrational. And during that time, she wasn't the only one who might have felt this way. That's because the male streamer in question here was none other than Saikuno, a name and face that had become a core memory of the COVID-19 pandemic, more specifically when everyone was locked up.
Like he is like, with makeup, he does look much more better now. But back then when he first appeared, like people call him handsome, I'll be like, wait, what? I guess it's like my standard in Malaysia is a little bit too high. I am surrounded by handsome man and beautiful girls, okay? So when lots of people see like, oh, like the moment they see like, oh, Asian dude, man, this guy's handsome. I was like, look at it, look at it, look at the people, be like, I question your taste.
Their homes. In the span of less than a year, he would go from having 1,000 average viewers on Twitch to 50,000, even having a stream where he peaked at over 100,000 concurrent viewers. What he'd be most known for was his gameplay of Among Us with his friends, who happened to be very big content creators as well. Not only would he get tens of thousands of concurrent viewers on Twitch, but he would get millions upon millions of views on his YouTube channel as well. And while his rise to fame is definitely incredibly impressive, what was truly unparalleled here is his extremely high ratio of female viewers, confirmed to having been higher than any of his other content creator friends. His handsome look, his anime sounding voice, and his witty jokes made women go rabid. In fact, it was also a joke that he would turn male fans gay. But what made him really desirable is just how socially awkward he was. He was innocent in an endearing way. He was a boy failure that needed a woman to fix him. In a nutshell, he was...
Now, when they say like how awkwardly social he is, like around female, I can tell one thing, I'm like that too. And I don't see I have a lot of female friends, even though I say I kind of like have a lot of female friends kind of like talk to me and then have a lot of like feedback about like like how I am, and even say I have a crush on a girl, they all go full wingman mode for me. But still, like wing woman. Still, okay? I'm really fucking awkward with girls, and all my friend knows, and they keep shitting on me because of it. They don't support me. They just shitting on me, okay? They say like you are very, like, you have a very simple behavior. We can literally see it. Stop doing that. Like, and then like they will always tell me that like, man, you're too good at reading people. Stop doing that shit. And I was like, ah. And then as time like passed, I kind of like realized that how bad like reading girls is. It's not like I'm bad at reading people. I mean, like, being able to read girls is one of the many things that turn people off. It's like relationship advice 101. Okay, if you are a guy, you understand your like what your girlfriend wants is to you to understand her like an open book. Okay, it's like long as you kind of like have a relationship for more than half a year or like a year, she expect you to know everything she does. Okay, they want you, this means like they are requirement for you to have enough attention on them to know when they actually farted, they pretend they didn't fart, kind of level, kind of like understanding. Okay, you have to know all the minute tiny tiny body movement, idiotic stuff. Why she came down to the downstairs and tried to start opening the fridge. She's hungry. You have to order McDonald's immediately. Kind of level. But that's the thing. They want you to be that kind of man that can like understand them like an open book, but do not call it out like a gosh dang open book. They don't like being read. They only want to be read when they want to be read. You also have to read that part too. Okay? For me, I'm just indiscriminately really good at reading people by default, okay? So I end up in the situations where they keep telling me this thing, like, yes, you are too good at that. You have to nerf it down a little bit. So I also understand this. You have to do a thing, it's like playing a little game with them, okay? Especially when they challenge you to being able to read them well or not, you have to get it wrong a few times first, frustrate them a little bit, and then just get it correctly. And don't make it like very super stupidly obvious. Okay, they can see it.
He was this picture, almost allergic to other women. He just couldn't handle anything romantic. He would get too flustered. This
Why
made many
don't
of
I
his
get a
fans
bunch
want
of
to be the one to
girlfriend?
finally
What?
fix
I
him.
used to have it.
But make no mistake here, this was all a perfectly crafted.
Yes, this will what happen if you are like afraid of girls. I tend to isolate myself and keep my freaking distance away from girls. You know, as time passed, I don't have any friend anymore. The girl side of friend, I mean. The girlfriend with a space in between. It's just me kept a very like super distant. And at the end, like after a few years, you would just be alone without a girlfriend. Girl space with a, you know, like there's a space in between the kind of friend. Okay? This guy's not actively doing that shit, okay? You have to understand that after like 5 years, he still have like a girl space friend. Then, yeah.
Crafted image that he had made for himself. He wanted you to think that he was innocent, naive, a boy failure, someone who's inexperienced in relationships and would never hurt a fly.
Again, no man is innocent. All mans are perfect. We only have a good thing is morality and our self-control. To all the girl here, listen to me. Like 90% of your guy friend, more or less, at one point, have a crush on you. Only thing that is holding them back is their morality and self-control. If you give them the accidental green light, they will just jump on you without a doubt.
Why? Because in reality, behind this mirage, this illusion, there was a master manipulator, a serial cheater, and a predator. Someone who would make it a point for many years to target smaller content creators, take full advantage of the fact that he was one of the most desirable men in the streaming world, all while making it seem like he had no experience with women and that it just might be romantic. They just might be that special someone who can fix him. What he would somehow forget to tell them, though, is that he had been in a monogamous relationship since 2021. But you don't have to take my word for it, because he admits to everything in a recorded voice call with the victim herself. And on top of that, that same victim, who goes by the name of Hemamal VT, would choose to write a Google Doc that shows the entire timeline, her and Saikuno's DMs together, as well as the DMs of another victim that actually slept with Saikuno while being totally oblivious to the fact that he has been in a relationship since 2021. This might be one of the most impactful and longest running lies in content creation history. I want to thank the two victims in question for trusting me with this very heavy topic and for allowing me to make the first comprehensive video on it. So without further ado, let's get right into this mess. Alright, so first off, who the hell is Saikuno?
Yeah, look at this face. Okay, he clearly have a lot, like this kind of dimple, like this face side of the dimple is clearly like pimple damage. And this kind of pimple damage is permanent, okay? His face look like this now. This is a very thick layer of foundation makeup like slap on his face, okay? Okay? And look at my face. I have no of that shit. You know, it's very weird, to be honest. I think it's like some sort of like me just like staying in my home most of the times, so I don't really have that kind of like pimple damage. My only pimple damage actually is my forehead, and also my chin, underneath the chin here. Which, if you guys like wondering like, why I talk about those things, is because like in my horizontal kind of streams. If you guys want to see like a slightly bigger screen, you guys can go to there, and also you guys can see my face. Okay, I'm also Asian. I'm Asian, critical to Asian. Okay.
All right. So first off, who the hell is Saikuno? Well, before starting his streaming career, he actually used to be a software engineer working in the Bay Area of California. His monotonous office life would change forever, though, when he would meet Lily Pichu, a well-known content creator who actually started making content as far back as 2012. However, when they met, she was far from being the very well-known content creator that we know today. It was back during the Season 3 World Championship for League of Legends during the year of 2013, so barely a year into her content creator journey. Saikuno would be aware of her content. He'd reach out to her and would want to meet her, seeing that they're both at the same place. Lily Pichu agreed, thinking, oh, am I about to meet a fan? That's awesome. She'd be absolutely shocked when that fan would show up with a massive bouquet of flowers. As she was about to thank him, he would run away back to his cousins. According to him, these were his only friends at the time. He was that lonely. He was simply too embarrassed to interact with her further. This interaction left a good impression on...
Initially, he might actually be a very innocent dude, okay? Every otaku had that kind of face. And this not being too much, it's just that. But as time passed, like, it really depends on how are you going to conduct yourself when you actually got like a lot of fame, and then you realize that you are not... You get gassed up a little bit too much, and then you realize you are not a average man anymore. That shit can happen, and can, like, you know the word absolute power corrupt absolute. It will happen. I do, and sometimes, like, I did tell you guys I used to be famous before. I kind of, like, there's a lot of time. I'm low-key really, really glad that I didn't choose fame and I delete my channel out of fear. Because if I keep on my fame, I somehow become, like, super famous, I'm clearly going to grow up to become a dick. I am a dick by nature, and I understand that. So if that me was like become famous quite a little bit too early and then like behave, you know, how I behave, just things is just not going to become great. Yeah.
Lily Pichu, and they kept in touch for years to come. In fact, as she would start her streaming journey, she'd play with her friends, and one of those friends would be Saikuno. Her viewers would start to express interest in him, especially seeing that his voice sounded like an anime character. There was genuine demand in her community to know what he looked like. What they didn't know though was that Lily Pichu had already shown him. He was there with her when she went to Summoners Con 2015, and he was right there with her in her vlog. But most of her community were simply not aware of this. So seeing that there was growing demand to see what he looked like, they decided to do a face reveal live on Lily Pichu's stream around the year of 2019.
Yeah. You're such a... Oh, okay, here we go. Wait, you're actually so much braver than I thought.
Only because you're here.
Bro, what happened to your eyebrow?
Get up.
And as you can see, the chat was definitely not disappointed. In fact, Lily Pichu
What?
had such an
Not
impact on
disappointed?
Saikuno.
That kind of eyebrow line can get people like that thing. How about mine? Again, you guys have to watch a horizontal stream to be able to see me that way. He have a high ass forehead too. Like I have a high ass forehead too. Like why I'm not like being sexy and everything. Do I actually have to sound like this to be actually like get lots of viewer that way? If that is like the way to do it, maybe I should. And you guys can do that. You guys have to understand this. Like again, like, lots of guys can do that. This is how I normally sound, okay? I have to push out way more energy to sound much more anime, okay? You have to put on the effort to sound like this. Like what? Gosh dang it, I can do this too. It just have to adjust a little bit, push a little bit of effort, and then you can, voila, you can sound like this. Sorry, I just hit the mic. It's not hard.
But that she would be, well, the main reason why he would start streaming. And you can hear him say that himself.
So what convinced you to start streaming?
I guess this is the thing, like normal Asian trait for like on the western side of people is just very fucking rare, I guess. It's like part of the thing is like a lot of people like they do say like I sound young, I look young, but I'm just 31 years already. Like a lot of people in my peer, okay, around my age, all my friends, they already show any like a lot of sign of aging. Like some of them literally like 25, the hair is already gone full white. I feel bad for that man because like the worst thing is like if you guys like watch me enough, you would know that I have a friend who is literally like 142 centimeters. It's basically super short, and then like her boyfriend is like 200 centimeters. You know, it's like more than 200 centimeters. It's like so freaking tall. He's like literally a head taller than me. Like I'm 175 tall. Okay. But I'm Malaysian. I use the gosh dang good old matrix system. Okay. Hi there, hater. Or call hater. I don't know. But either way, so yeah, like man, like my friend looks like a gosh dang kid most of the time. Like it's really funny. And we always do that kind of like jokes that hey you forgot your backpack, and then we just like lift her up because she's so freaking light and put it like right behind her boyfriend back. Hey, you forgot your backpack. We do actually have to do that because her leg is so short. Like she have trouble catching up with us when we go out together, like do outing together. Oops, sorry. Yeah, doing great. And then like again, like because she looks so young, the funniest thing like her boyfriend looks so old, despite they are the same age. Like again, like he got like freaking white hair, almost full of white hair around that time. It's like, you know, like those kind of like people who age like a fine wine style. Like the side of the hair is like fully white. Yeah, he's like that. The side of his hair is fully white, and then right now, like he's already like 30 years old, so his entire head is just silver color at the moment, just platinum. I'm not sure like he dyed it or like he really like gone full white hair now. Yeah, it's fine, it's fine. I'm just like doing lots of like chatting and stuff. So, yeah, and then we call like we call the short stack friend we have is called like the the youth vampire. She just keep aging up, but she keep look younger and younger. The fact like her boyfriend now like fiance, okay, and it's like looking like more and more like older as time goes. It's like double like the aging hour. And then we're like, gosh dang it, what happened to you guys? It's just funny. It's just funny. Yeah, sure, go ahead. As long as it's not anything that want to incriminate me. Like, did you rob a person before? Nope. Never. Why? Oh, gosh, where's my pen? Yes, here. I'm still doing a little bit of drawing, so I might not be able to like immediate response to you. Depends on luck. Depends on luck. I want to travel to Brazil. I can't. I can't even travel outside my house that far away. I'm what the doctor told me that is like I'm kind of like pseudo disabled. The situation I am is like I'm not bad enough to be called disabled, but I'm also not well enough to be able. Kind of situations. So I can't even travel outside my house that far without getting like huge hit of like vertigo. So riding a plane from Malaysia to Brazil, which is going to be like 5-6 different exchange of flight, which is it's going to kill me. the journey is going to kill me. But imagine the entire world just keeps spinning for straight up 7 flight. My head is going to explode. Like the most comical fashion you will ever see. Hold on a little bit, I need to complete this line. What? Hi there, Pancake. Oh no! Get the bazooka! We Malaysian are known to have bazooka in our house. What about gun right in America? No, we have bazooka right. Actually, not lots of people know what the heck Malaysia is, so like we can literally just like say anything and then it's actually a thing, and then people tend to believe it. We have bazooka right, okay? Oh, doing great, doing great. I'm watching like this like Muujin talking about like the, talking about this asshole. It's a disgrace, Asian. Well, like I say, I do need to mention again, like it's weird that like the most common Asian trait, like people on the Western side like get easily smitten by it. Why, thank you. Hold on a little bit. Again, the line must properly draw. Okay, good. Then I need to add like the additional plate here. Okay, good. I'm back. Either way, let's keep watching this thing. It's like, have you guys watched this yet? The Muujin like talking about Saikuno. And if you guys don't even know who Saikuno is, good. You don't need to know. Back in the days, like the moment I hear his voice, I know he's pretending that voice. I kind of like I can see a lot. I can see and hear lots of things because again I'm Asian, multilingual. I can just change my voice willy-nilly anytime I want. Like again, like this is how I normally actually sounds like. In order to be more anime-like, obviously I put a lot more energy into my voice, so I end up, you know, a little bit different. And this is how Saikuno sounds like. He tried to be like this, very soft, sexy, and those kind of voice. It's definitely have to put on the effort to actually sound like this. It's like talking to a kid, okay? Everyone have that, like, when they see a kid, they will be like, "Oh, hi there! Hello there!" Like that kind of voice. Everyone have that voice. This is like, every man who can produce a sexy voice like this, okay? It's not even a sexy voice, okay? But yeah. So, yes, that has become like quite a thing. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm just showing you guys as an example. A lot of people, like, the moment I see someone is like famous for like particular voice, for Cop's husband, I already said it before, like, too bad you were not here when I talk about it. Cop's husband, he have, like, that very, very, like, kind of, like, voice in there. Obviously, his voice is, like, by default, is really deep in the first place, but when you hear, like, first time I hear, like, Cop's husband voice, I will be like, holy shit, what the fuck happened to the throat? Like, why it is so, like, fucked up? Because I have a lot of like throat infections back in the day, so like I end up like I have a lot of fucked up voice. The moment I hear his voice, I know that something fucked up his voice medically. First thing I was concerned about is his health, and then the rest of people were like, holy shit, why is your voice so sexy? And I was like, ah no. Ah no. I know I'm a VTuber too. It's basically making voice is like our thing, but I technically don't dive into that particular like content a lot. So yeah, back to this again. Like keep watching this thing. I'm trying to do a little bit of react while I'm drawing at the same time. So yeah.
Lily actually.
And speaking of streaming, he would start doing so shortly after revealing his face on Lily Pichu's stream. He'd start in the beginning of 2019, with barely under 100 viewers, but as the months would go by, he would start to get very rapid growth. He would really start putting in serious hours by August 2019, and within just 1 year, by August 2020, he'd be sitting at 8,000 average viewers, reaching a peak of 15,000. But how? Why? Well, during his streams, he would continue playing with Lily Pichu. And seeing that Lily Pichu has a lot of big content creators that she calls friends, she would introduce them to Saikuno. It turned out that this guy was very easy to talk to. He was witty, he made jokes, and the communities of the many streamers actually enjoyed his company. All of these factors combined would be the perfect catalyst for when the quarantine season of COVID-19 would arrive. He would start to play the game Among Us with some of the biggest content creators on the planet, and within just 4 months, he would go from 8,000 average viewers all the way up to 50,000 average viewers, peaking at 100,000 viewers in one stream. He was gaining 500,000 followers every single month. In just the span of like a year and a half, he had gone from being a mid-tier streamer to one of the biggest on the entire platform. It wasn't just Twitch though. He would be getting millions upon millions of views on his YouTube videos as well. He was killing it on every single platform he was on. And so by 2022, when YouTube was aggressively recruiting Twitch streamers to stream on their platforms instead, offering them multi-million-dollar deals, they targeted Saikuno, seeing that he's extremely brand friendly, has a very loyal audience, and had become a household name in such a short time. So on May 2nd, 2022, he would announce to the world that he was
I stopped being brand friendly for a very, very long time. Because I hate the fact that I have to put up a fucking mask, okay? I cuss a lot, okay? I'm a very straightforward guy. If I want to say fuck you, I'm gonna say fuck you. I know a lot of kids actually like watch and also do drop into my stream. I do blame their parent if that's the case. Not my fault that I cuss in my stream. It's like, you should monitor your kids a little bit more. I don't mind missing a few viewers. I more mind that when I'm just faking it and then I get a lot of viewers that way, and then people find out that I'm just faking it, like shit is going to happen. And I just want to be myself a lot of times. And being myself is not really monetary. You can already see like I don't really have lots of viewers at all. That's the particular part about me, I guess. Yeah, there's just a lot of things that I have to work with. Either way, it's just that putting up a face for a very long time is actually really, really tiring too. Like, I used to, like, affiliate it with a group called VEP. It's like a VTuber endorsement program. It's just like a group of, like, VTuber getting, like, support from an agency. But because, like, they literally have a contract that let me, like, just be whoever I want. But here's the thing, I do work affiliated and work with a group of people. I tend to want to, like, restrain myself a little bit, you know? Just be as friendly as possible, yada yada stuff. At least not do anything crazy enough that kind of, like, can affect other people, you know? It's like general responsibility as an adult. So I end up restraining myself for like straight up 2 years. And technically it's a year and a half, but still. It's a lot. And that actually changed my content, like, and how I behave toward, like, chat a long time. And then I just simply, like, on the next season of, like, VEP, like, we had to renew the contract here and there. I kind of, like, stayed there for, like, 3 seasons. I think it's 2 seasons only. Originally, they do ask me, like, do you want to maintain the third season, like, contract? And then I'll be like, no, I'm gonna leave. You guys have fun, though. I was still somewhat affiliated with you guys, but not, like, contract-wise. Because I'm just not... I don't want to wear that mask that just make me, like, brand friendly, you know? It's not like I want to... it's just, like, very tiring. It's just very, very tiring. That's the thing. Yeah.
Moving to YouTube on a 2-year exclusive contract. And as you can tell by the engagement, this post went viral. What I really want you to understand, though, is just how valuable he was seen by companies and platforms. Back when YouTube was aggressively recruiting talents that were on Twitch and their confidence and hubris, seeing that they completely dominated the streaming scene at the time, would never bother offering a counteroffer. On the very rare occasion that they did, it was a very big deal, and guess what? They made an exception to Sykkuno. They gave him a counteroffer higher than YouTube. Sykkuno would go back to YouTube and show them Twitch's new offer, and YouTube would offer to pay even more. His contract alone is estimated to be around $5 million. Sykkuno, though, also had interests in other communities, such as VTubers. In 2023, for an April Fool's joke, he would debut his first VTuber model, extending his reach to a new niche community. The reason why I'm mentioning this is because at some point he was invited to a call with the Senator Bernie Sanders alongside Valkyrae and Pokimane. And instead of showing his face, he chose to be a VTuber. This was so ridiculous and it went so viral that he inadvertently kind of became a spokesperson for VTubing in one stream. I mean, God, like everyone wanted a piece of that guy. You would see him everywhere, collabing with
I'm not
everyone.
Degenerate, okay?
And this was partly due to his very loyal and almost rabid fan base. But it was, of course, all by design. You see, back in 2023, Pokimane would make the very interesting revelation that Sykkuno had the highest female demographic fan base compared to any other streamer, her included. She would compare his level of fame and the way his fans acted towards him to K-pop idols. He simply wasn't seen like the run-of-the-mill Twitch streamer. No, there was definitely more to this. And one of the main reasons why this worked out so well is because he was seen as a boy failure. No, not the kind of guy who's unemployed and lives in a dump and smells like shit. I'm talking about the ideal boy failure. The guy who's handsome, smells nice, doesn't live in a dump, but is instead just a hopeless romantic. Someone who turns all red when you want to initiate physical contact. The most innocent, naive soul imaginable. The appeal of a boy failure isn't necessarily that he's a failure. It's the fact that he's perfect, but just needs one person to fix him. And that's how a significant chunk of his fan base felt. If you've watched my channel before, then it's not too
bad.
different from a girl failure that has a male audience that wants to fix her. It's the same parasocial mess. This can be very easily seen in some of the most viral fan-made videos of Saikuno, like this one for example, setting at over 3 million views. Saikuno tells his trauma about girls. Saikuno trusts his friend, Disguised Toast, more than the girls. So this guy had barely any romantic experience, and yet still, he had his heart broken. He needs a woman that will fix him and tell him it'll be okay. And maybe she'll be one of his fans. If only he knew how handsome and amazingly desirable he was though. Because he's another fan-made video. Everyone's simping for Saikuno because who doesn't? I mean, God, if only he wasn't a boy failure and understood how smooth he was with women, but he's too naive. Because guess what? This video sitting at over 4 million views is titled Saikuno being smooth with girls for 14 minutes. Yeah, I think you get the point by now, right? This image of him that was so carefully crafted would attract a very large female audience. It would also allow him to be one of the only male streamers to constantly be able to hang out with a majoritarily female friend group without him or them getting in trouble with their fan bases due to jealousy. The guy was innocent, allergic to love, and he wouldn't hurt a single fly. This allowed him to do things that other male content creators could never do. Like, dude, this is him sniffing the armpit of Fuslie at some point during a podcast when they were talking about body odor.
But either way, pausing the noise scene, I guess. Either way, yeah, for me personally, I'm not like allergic to love. I distant away from love. Even though I do kind of like sometimes say that I may want, I feel, you know, sometimes everyone have like that moment that they felt like super extremely alone. But generally, I would just say it out from weakness. But I would not want to have a girlfriend for particular reasons. It's just that I'm actually very emotionally dead. Like, because I used to be like this, like, very open-minded person. Even right now, I'm still am. It's just, you know, a little bit too tired about the fucking world at this point. But still, it's because of like this particular thing. Is like, I'm a very open-minded person. I become a very like, some people might say emotionally dead, but for me, it's just that I don't stand on either side. Basically, just offensive to a point that it kind of like extreme. That is like, you can hear, I can just hear the most disagreeable thing, and then I'll be like, okay, let me process this. I won't be like so violently just say like point out and say fuck you or something like that, to a point that this become like a thing that is like, you would say like the way I behave toward people becomes so indifferent to a point that I feel like I can harm people with that behavior if like I talk to someone I loved, or someone that clearly loved me, and then I and I behave that way. It can definitely hurt them a lot. It's like, imagine you talk about like the most important thing in your life, and then I'll just sit there and be like, okay. It's just going to turn off people a lot. And most cases, it might hurt or disappoint them so much. So much. Just being around with me.
This is how much he was trusted around women. And even though his audience was very obsessed over him, they saw him as so awkward, so incapable of understanding what love or social cues mean, that this was fine. They didn't mind, because they were going to be the ones to fix him anyway. So it comes as no surprise that yes, some relationships literally ended over the girl's obsession over him. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if some gay relationships ended because of the same reason too. He was just that much of a sensation, and that crafted image he built around himself was just so believable and convincing. And so he'd keep on doing what he's always done, and after his 2-year contract with YouTube would finally end during May 2024, he would make his grand comeback to Twitch, peaking at over 26,000 viewers. However, his viewer count would slowly begin to drift. And by April 2026, he'd be sitting at 1,665 average viewers, a far cry from the peak of the pandemic back at 50,000. He'd also stopped collabing with larger content creators as much as he used to, mostly sticking to himself. But hell, I mean, 1,600 average viewers is still very easy to make a living off of. He had made his millions of dollars, had this incredibly obsessive fan base. As far as content creator careers go, this really wasn't so bad. The guy was a multimillionaire. What people weren't aware of, though, is that for many years, since becoming a viral sensation, he would use his status as Sykkuno, as the most desirable streamer imaginable, as this K-pop idol, to pursue relationships with smaller or up-and-coming content creators, whether they be cosplayers or VTubers, manipulating them into thinking that they were special, all in the hopes of hooking up with them and while being in a monogamous relationship. This is the real Sykkuno. And now we finally have proof. Hemamal VT, who I'll refer to as Mal from now on, is someone who has been making content for the last year. She occasionally streams from time to time, but also tends to post cosplays on her Twitter profile, some of them being revealing. Those revealing cosplays would catch Sykkuno's attention, and he'd follow her on Valentine's Day of 2026. Within barely a few days, he would start talking about how they should move in together into the same house, all while having a girlfriend. When Mal would find out about the girlfriend, she would decide to write a Google document. The Google document would contain Mal's side of the story as well as Elfie Leah's side of the story. Another VTuber who, of course, also posts cosplays from time to time, which is why Sykkuno was interested in her to begin with. She also had no idea that Sykkuno had a girlfriend and would meet up with him during December 2025 in Paris when he would travel for a convention. Unlike Mal, though, she would actually end up sleeping with Sykkuno, again, completely oblivious that he has a girlfriend. They would both share their stories and the DMs with Sykkuno in the Google document. This document would be 32 pages long, and it would detail both of their experiences with Sykkuno, leading up to the revelation of the fact that he has a girlfriend, as well as a link to the full 17-minute YouTube video in which Mal would confront Sykkuno about cheating on his girlfriend with her. Here's how it would start off. On Valentine's Day of this year, I was followed on Twitter by Sykkuno. I thought it was amazing that such a big content creator even knew I existed, let alone followed me on social media. He had been my role model and someone I looked up to for a long time, ever since my days in high school. However, what I learned about Sykkuno after that day would make me regret my decision. Sykkuno is not the kind, soft-spoken character you see on stream. He is a serial
specifically
cheater,
like
liar,
you
and
for your
manipulator who uses
content.
his status to get
It
what he
might
wants
be
from
a
as
red
many
flag
women as possible.
already.
Specifically, ones who are smaller or up-and-coming content creators, knowing that he can take advantage of them. After confiding in many others that have had similar experiences with Sykkuno, I realized that this was not an isolated incident. In fact, it was something that had been going on for multiple years. He always made sure to cover his tracks and never left a paper trail significant enough for someone to make this public. But now, this has all changed. These are serious allegations, and I fully understand that this should not be treated lightly. I urge all other content creators who have been personally affected by Sykkuno's behavior to not remain silent, as I believe that there is strength in numbers. This document will not only include, as well as a recording of a voice call where he explicitly admits to all his wrongdoings, everything. Alright, so already this is one hell of an intro to the document, right? One thing I want to point out is the urging of all other content creators who have been personally affected by Sykkuno to come out about this. As I had already mentioned, there are many people who were affected by his actions throughout the years. In fact, if Sykkuno traveled to any expo or convention or event, then you can bet a hefty sum of money that he always had someone there who he flew out, hoping that he could bring them to his hotel room. Anyway, the next section of the document would be titled Our First Conversation. After Valentine's Day, I was so excited about him following me that I told a friend who then urged me to strike up a conversation. I finally worked up the courage to send him a DM, and he replied right away. So here we can see on the 15th of February, Mal would send, "Are you still looking for a Valentine's date perhaps?" To which Sykkuno would say, so innocently, "What? You can't just open up with something like that? And besides, Valentine's Day is almost over where I'm from already." To which she would reply with, "I mean, we can always do a Valentine's Day do-over, you know?" In the same first conversation, he brought up what kind of games he liked to play and invited me to play with him after a convention. On the left image, we can see them discussing sleep schedules, right?
The most dangerous thing for men can happen is the insecure handsome man found out their worth. All I can say is that.
Understanding what time it is for her, what time it is for him. And on the right image, we can see him say, "What games do you like to play? I'm like a massive game player. That's usually how I meet people or make friends, to be honest." In the next couple of images, we can see Sykkuno talk about the game he was playing, which was Outlast Trials, saying that maybe Mal could carry him. She would agree, give him her Discord, and then wonder, "Hey, are you done soon with your stream? Because I'm getting tired." She hadn't slept all night. She was pulling an all-nighter. He'd apologize for taking so long, and then he'd say that he has a convention to go to. So after making her wait for like a few hours, he would say, "Hey, listen, can we just play tomorrow? I have a convention to go to." And they would agree, Okay, let's play after the convention. This is what would lead us to the next section. Interest in where I live. For context, this is still the same day as the first conversation, only moved to Discord in a few hours apart since I'm EU time zone and he's US time zone. So these DMs have the timestamp of 10 a.m. EU time.
Holy
the
shit.
last DMs we can
It's
see on
Ash.
Twitter were at 9 a.m. So this is barely an
Pikachu?
hour later after they added each other. Mal would continue by
Imagine
saying,
later on,
"Things
like,
started
there's
out
actually a
innocently
Pikachu
enough with him
joining the
inquiring
chat."
about fun
Like,
things to
holy
do near
shit.
where I live, such as aquariums and conventions. TwitchCon EU specifically. I'd like to point out that I said we could go on a date to make up for Valentine's. He not once expressed to me any discomfort or that he wasn't single. So yeah, this is how it goes. If someone expresses interest in you, right, you typically...
Again, like, hello there everyone, my name is Kiribaku and I'm your host and your void with a voice here to entertain you and may or may not have no idea what I'm doing. At the moment, I'm watching this Mugen, like, talking about this Saikuno guy. This stream is about me watching stuff while drawing at the same time. You know, new type of react content, I guess. But still, it's just that, you know, normally when you do things, you kind of like tend to watch a video while like working or like listen to music. I normally am the kind of person who would do the watching video kind. So yeah. Either way, if you think like the visual is not good enough, like you have a hard time like typing stuff, this and that, stuff, you can actually go to my like the other stream. Corpse Husband kind of like didn't really, like, you can definitely say like the Lily Pichu gang is that Corpse Husband is not actually friends with them. He kind of got dragged in into the group, and also lots of things happened. He just like left the entire internet because of like a lot of drama and stuff. And again, like, the thing a lots of people admired him for is something that he really fucking hate. You know? It's like, a lot of people went crazy because of his voice, and, you know, like, they might say, like, he actually is a super handsome behind the scene, nobody just ever seen him before. Like, she's super insecure about his face, and he also super aware of how fucked up his voice is. Yes, fucked up. Not actually, like, sexy. Because I'm also a guy that got into a lot of throat infection before, so I know his voice. Like, first time I've ever heard his voice, my first reaction is like, bro, what kind of medical condition you are in to make your voice this fucked up? Because I can hear it. A lot of people would hear his voice that immediately, like, without knowingly, just say, ooh, sexy. Like, for him, it's kind of like, you know, it's basically like you are very handsome looking, but it's basically because all the cancer underneath your face make you look super handsome. And the cancer is killing you. Like, for him, it's like that. For his voice. You know, all we can say in like the most like degenerate way, oh, this girl have a very big boobs. Actually, it's cancer inside her. It's killing her, but she have a big ass boobs. So yeah, that's the issues when it comes to Corpse Husband. So he is really like he really want to have like a lot of privacy when he want to do a lot of stuff, but the gang that Lily Pichu have, it kind of like just like drag him out. So there's a lot of like, you know, the Lily Pichu gang have a lot of insane fan base. I'm not even kidding. So it kind of like, I would say like, I feel bad Corpse Husband got dragged into that gang. Like, it's not like he's like super friend with like anyone in there, to be honest. Yeah. I still haven't finished drawing yet. I still have to do a lot of detail on the armor and stuff. I did finish the girls though. And then Saikuno is another guy that also like famous because of his voice. And weirdly, he's not even that handsome. Maybe it's like being a Malaysian. Like I've seen a lot of like, you know, Chinese people as kind of like, I got surrounded by too many handsome and like beautiful, handsome men and beautiful women. So I kind of like have like a very high standard, I guess. But yeah, it's like on the Western side, it's really funny that the little like Asian trait you have there, like kind of like boosts you like a ridiculous high amount of point. Okay, like I can like, oh, it's art commissions that people pay me. So I show you this. This is how it used to look like. Okay, I blur out like the screen a little bit. Let me like clear up the screen. Go to filters. Okay, turn off the composite blur. Oh, it's not even that blur. Okay, it's fine, I guess. This is how it looked like. Okay, you can see like the pimple scar that he have, and then look at this particular image now. You understand this one thing is like he put fucking makeup on his face. I know lots of people with pimple scar. It never recovered unless you go for plastic surgeries or you put a shit ton of makeup on your face. And if you look at the horizontal stream, which I put it in my pin, you can look at my face too. Like, simple Asian trait can kind of smitten people for no reasons. I'm 31 years old and I don't look old at all. Well, technically I do show some old sign now, I guess. But at least I don't really like look that. Yes, that's the thing. It's that a lot of people like call him super handsome. I'm not even shitting on his face or anything. It's basically just, You have to understand. He have the fame and like attractiveness level. Okay? I would say this is an average looking man. But his attractiveness level reached to this state, which you can listen to the very beginning of this show.
My girlfriend of 4 years has recently become obsessed with a male streamer and I feel really uncomfortable about it. This was a post made on the subreddit r/relationship advice around the end of 2020. What was particularly shocking here is that barely just a few days after making that initial post, he'd end up breaking up with his girlfriend. Her obsession with that streamer was that irrational. And during that time, she wasn't the only one who might have felt this way. That's because the male streamer in question here was none other than Saikuno, a name and face that had become a core memory of the COVID-19 pandemic, more specifically when everyone was locked up in their homes. In the span of less than a year, he would go from having 1,000 average viewers on Twitch to 50,000, even having a stream where he peaked at over 100,000 concurrent viewers. What he'd be most known for was his gameplay of Among Us with his friends, who happened to be very big content creators as well. Not only would he...
Either way, it's just say like, the obsession people have on the level that he have, I would say he have to be like some sort of like super K-pop star to actually like get that level. It's like, a guy that look like him get that level is like, is phenomenal. And then who knows? Actually, at the end, he got exposed as, exposed as a... What do you know? A playboy. Like, his stick is like, I'm an innocent guy, okay? But at the end, he's just a playboy that pretends. Like, here's the thing. Again, his thing is his voice. I also can change my voice too. Like, this is like the voice that I put like Mandarin voice into my English voice. Normally when I speak English, I sound like this. It's not exactly I sound very differently. It's just the demeanor I speak is a little bit different. Because I have to sound a little bit relaxed so I can like pronounce my word much more better. So I have a lot of pause in between when I speak like this. And when I speak Mandarin, which is like multiple different language, when you are multilingual, I guess you already understand this, you would sound different when you speak different language. I learned to like import different language like energies into different language. But either way, this is just how it sounds like when I speak English. But I have to like import my Mandarin language energy into my English, so I sound a little bit much more anime, in some sense. Besides, like this, I feel like this voice is a little bit better. Either way, what he kind of like famous for is to sound like this. Everyone can do it, but here's the thing. This is definitely a voice that you have to put another effort to actually do it. You know, it's like everyone can like do a lot of different voice. This is a voice that can similar on a certain level that is quite similar to like when you try to talk to a kid, you'll be like, "Hi there," like those kind of like voice. And being soft spoken like that is not like a trait, okay? Anyone can kind of do it on demand. Really depends on how well that voice is going to become. It's just going to be very different on each and individual people. This is how he normally do his voice. And from a guy like me, and also maybe it's also like Asian Hay, something like that this is just a voice that you kind of have to put an active effort to sound. It's really rare for people to have default voice that sound like this.
He'd get tens of thousands of concurrent viewers on Twitch, but he would get millions upon millions of views on his YouTube channel as well. And while his rise to fame is definitely incredibly impressive, what was truly unparalleled here is his extremely high ratio of female viewers, confirmed to having been higher than any of his other content creator friends. His handsome look, his anime sounding voice, and his witty jokes made women go rabid. In fact, there was also a joke that he would turn male fans gay. But what made him really desirable is just how socially awkward he was. He was innocent.
Maybe I'm jealous. And definitely I'm jealous.
In an endearing way. He was a boy failure that needed a woman to fix him. In a nutshell, he was this picture, almost allergic to other women. He just...
Now, again, I'm going to tell you guys this big ass secret, okay? If you are girls, listen well. Every single man is pervert. Even gay people are pervert. You have to understand that. They just pervert the wrong different target, so you never felt like one. So, the only thing that we don't show our pervertedness is A, morality, and B, our self-control. Or your best friend, or your super BFF, at some point, have a crush on you. Yeah, girls can be pervert too. I know a lot of perverted friends. I tends to bring that out to people. I don't know why. I know, I'm not really sure. If you watch my stream enough, you understand that I kind of like had the aura that bring a little bit too comfortable. Makes people say like the most special crazy stuff in there. But either way, again, that's just how men, okay? I won't really say it's by default. It's just that generally we would have a lot of self-restraint on ourselves. Well, thank you, then.
Couldn't handle anything romantic. He would get too flustered. This made many of his fans want to be the one to finally fix him. But make no mistake here. This was all a perfectly crafted image that he had made for himself. He wanted you to think that he was innocent, naive, a boy failure, someone who's inexperienced in relationships and would never hurt a fly. Because in reality, behind this mirage, this illusion,
A content creator make a face for content. What do you know?
No, not he's gay. He actually take that as advantage on basically hook up with a shit tons of girls. Well, for bro culture, we would say like, hey, a player. But to be honest, the way he do it, even a player would be... Not like he act gay, but he isn't. It's more like he act like an innocent little boy that trigger the inner Shotacon in all the girls, and then become like super obsessive with him.
illusion. There was a master manipulator, a serial cheater, and a predator. Someone who would make it a point for many years to target smaller content creators, take full advantage of the fact that he was one of the most desirable men in the streaming world, all while making it seem like he had no experience with women and that it just might be romantic. They just might be that special someone who can fix him. What he would somehow forget to tell them, though, is that he had been in a monogamous relationship since 2021. But you don't have to take my word for it, because he admits to everything in a recorded voice call with the victim herself. And on top of that, that same victim, who goes by the name of Hemamal VT, would choose to write a Google Doc.
That's the thing. I want to always educate the people that no fucker is innocent when they pass gosh dang 14 years of age, okay? Maybe they are really religious people might when past 20 years old and they're still kind of like innocent, but when they pass like 20 years old, go out to fucking societies, they won't be anymore, okay? There's no fucking the planet, they still stay innocent after 20 years old.
That shows the entire timeline, her and Saikuno's DMs together, as well as the DMs of another victim that actually slept with Saikuno while being totally oblivious to the fact that he has been in a relationship since 2021. This might be one of the most impactful and longest running lies in content creation history. I want to thank the two victims in question for trusting me with this very heavy topic and for allowing me to make the first comprehensive video on it. So without further ado, let's get right into this mess. Alright, so first off, who the hell is Saikuno? Well, before starting his streaming career, he actually used to be a software engineer working in the Bay Area of California. His monotonous office life would change forever though when he would meet Lily Pichu, a well-known content creator who actually started making content as far back as 2012. However, when they met, she was far from being the very well-known content creator that we know today. It was back during the Season 3 World Championship for League of Legends during the year of 2013, so barely a year into her content creator journey. Saikuno would be aware of her content. He'd reach out to her and would want to meet her, seeing that they're both at the same place. Lily Pichu agreed, thinking, oh, am I about to meet a fan? That's awesome. She'd be absolutely shocked when that fan would show up with a massive bouquet of flowers. As she was about to thank him, he would run away back to his cousins. According to him, these were his only friends at the time. He was that lonely. He was simply too embarrassed to interact with her further. This interaction left a good impression on Lily Pichu, and they kept in touch for years to come. In fact, as she would start her streaming journey, she'd play with her friends, and one of those friends would be Saikuno. Her viewers would start to express interest in him, especially seeing that his voice sounded like an anime character. There was genuine demand in her community to know what he looked like. What they didn't know though was that Lily Pichu had already shown him. He was there with her when she went to Summoners Con 2015, and he was right there with her in her vlog. But most of her community were simply not aware of this. So seeing that there was growing demand to see what he looked like, they decided to do a face reveal live on Lily Pichu's stream around the year of 2019.
Yeah. You're such a dude. Oh, okay, here we go. Wait, you're actually so much braver than I thought.
Only because you're here.
Alright, I'm in extreme.
And as you can see,
I can do that voice too, if I really want to. If that kind of person can do this voice and become very, very famous, then maybe I can too.
see, the chat was definitely not disappointed. In fact, Lily Pichu had such an impact on Saikuno that she would...
We actually have the name for that kind of voice that we can do. Is what we call the wet voice. It's called a wet voice for a reason, okay?
The main reason why he would start streaming, and you can hear him say that himself.
So what convinced you to start streaming?
Oh, Lily, actually.
And speaking of streaming, he would start doing so shortly after revealing his face on Lily Pichu's stream. He'd start in the beginning of 2019, with barely under 100 viewers, but as the months would go by, he would start to get very rapid growth. He would really start putting in serious hours by August 2019, and within just 1 year, by August 2020, he'd be sitting at 8,000 average viewers, reaching a peak of 15,000. But how? Why? Well, during his streams, he would continue playing with Lily Pichu. And seeing that Lily Pichu has a lot of big content creators that she calls friends, she would introduce them to Saikuno. It turned out that this guy was very easy to talk to. He was witty, he made jokes, and the communities of the many streamers actually enjoyed his company. All of these factors combined would be the perfect catalyst for when the quarantine season of COVID-19 would arrive. He would start to play the game Among Us with some of the biggest content creators on the planet, and within just 4 months, he would go from 8,000 average viewers all the way up to 50,000 average viewers, peaking at 100,000 viewers in one stream. He was gaining 500,000 followers every single month. In just the span of like a year and a half, he had gone from being a mid-tier streamer to one of the biggest on the entire platform. It wasn't just Twitch though. He would be getting millions upon millions of views on his YouTube videos as well. He was killing it on every single platform he was on. And so by 2022, when YouTube was aggressively recruiting Twitch streamers to stream on their platforms instead, offering them multi-million-dollar deals, they targeted Sykkuno, seeing that he's extremely brand friendly, has a very loyal audience, and had become a household name in such a short time. So on May 2nd, 2022, he would announce to the world that he was moving to YouTube on a 2-year exclusive contract. And as you can tell by the engagement, this post went viral. What I really want you to understand though is just how valuable he was seen by companies and platforms. Back when YouTube was aggressively recruiting talents that were on Twitch and their confidence and hubris, seeing that they completely dominated the streaming scene at the time, would never bother offering a counteroffer. On the very rare occasion that they did, it was a very big deal, and guess what? They made an exception to Sykkuno. They gave him a counteroffer higher than YouTube. Sykkuno would go back to YouTube and show them Twitch's new offer, and YouTube would offer to pay even more.
A man that can do that is no simple man. Just going to tell you that a man that can do that is no simple innocent man.
More. His contract alone is estimated to be around $5 million. Sykkuno, though, also had interests in other communities, such as Vtubers. In 2023, for an April Fool's joke, he would debut his first Vtuber model, extending his reach to a new niche community. The reason why I'm mentioning this is because at some point he was invited to a call with the Senator Bernie Sanders alongside Valkyrae and Pokimane. And instead of showing his face, he chose to be a Vtuber. This was so ridiculous and it went so viral.
Like, here's the thing. Male VTuber already have a very bad rep of being a sex pest, okay? Like, this guy being a VTuber doesn't really help at all. I just want to be an anime guy. Just stop trying being a VTuber just because it's easier for you to become a sex pest, okay? That is leave a bad fucking name out for all male VTubers.
That he inadvertently kind of became a spokesperson for VTubing in one stream. I mean, God, everyone wanted a piece of that guy. You would see him everywhere, collabing with everyone. And this was partly due to his very loyal and almost rabid fan base. But it was, of course, all by design. You see, back in 2023, Pokimane would make the very interesting revelation that Sykkuno had the highest female demographic fan base compared to any other streamer, her included. She would compare his level of fame and the way his fans acted towards him to K-pop idols. He simply wasn't seen like the run-of-the-mill Twitch streamer. No, there was definitely more to this. And one of the main reasons why this worked out so well is because he was seen as a boy failure. No, not the kind of guy who's unemployed and lives in a dump and smells like shit. I'm talking about the idea.
That's me! I'm the different kind of boy failure.
Ideal boy failure. The guy who's handsome, smells nice, doesn't live in a dump, but is instead just a hopeless romantic. Someone who turns all red when you want to initiate physical contact. The most innocent, naive soul imaginable. The appeal of a boy failure isn't necessarily that he's a failure, it's the fact that he's perfect but just needs one person to fix him. And that's how a significant chunk of his fan base felt. If you've watched my channel before, then it's not too different from a girl failure that has a male audience that wants to fix her.
You know, China have this thing, it's they have this a lot of TV series, 5-minute TV series, short TV series, or 10 minutes, something like that. Generally on the vertical side too, they do a lot of those kind of TV series, where suddenly a rich ass boy failure decided to date a random poor girls. And it runs so rapidly, that kind of content, Like China decided to restrict it, no more of that kind of like, you know, like poor girls suddenly meet like a rich ass like innocent man as like suddenly like get married and everything, like all those kind of things. Like, stop daydreaming. The government literally had to put a fucking bad hammer on it just to tell people stop daydreaming. It's a good content, I guess. Because it works for so many people. Look at Sakuno now. He does that shit. He still get lots of girls. So yeah.
It's the same parasocial mess. This can be very easily seen in some of the most viral fan-made videos of Saikuno, like this one for example, sitting at over 3 million views. Saikuno tells his trauma about girls. Saikuno trusts his friend, Disguised Toast, more than the girls. So this guy had barely any romantic experience, and yet still, he had his heart broken. He needs a woman that will fix him and tell him it'll be okay. And maybe she'll be one of his fans. If only he knew how handsome and amazingly desirable he was though. Because he's another fan-made video. Everyone's simping for Saikuno because who doesn't? I mean, God, if only he wasn't a boy failure and understood how smooth he was with women. But he's too naive. Because guess what? This video, sitting at over 4 million views, is titled Saikuno Being Smooth with Girls for 14 minutes. Yeah, I think you get the point by now, right? This image of him that was so carefully crafted would attract a very large female audience. It would also allow him to be one of the only male streamers to constantly be able to hang out with a majoritarily female friend group without him or them getting in trouble with their fan bases due to jealousy. The guy was innocent, allergic to love, and he wouldn't hurt a single fly. This allowed him to do things that other male content creators could never do. Like, dude, this is him sniffing the armpit of Fuslie at some point during a podcast when they were talking about body odor. This is how much he was...
Like, here's the thing. Weirdly, he's the first ever dude I see that doesn't get hit by unicorn.
trusted around women. And even though his audience was very obsessed over him, they saw him as so awkward, so incapable of understanding what love or social cues mean that this was fine. They didn't mind because they were going to be the ones to fix him anyway. So it comes as no surprise that yes, some relationships literally ended over the girl's obsession over him. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if some gay relationships ended because of the same reason too. He was just that much of a sensation, and that crafted image he built around himself was just so believable and convincing. And so he'd keep on doing what he's always done, and after his 2-year contract with YouTube would finally end during May 2024, he would make his grand comeback to Twitch, peaking at over 26,000 viewers. However, his viewer count would slowly begin to drift. And by April 2026, he'd be sitting at 1,665 average viewers, a far cry from the peak of the pandemic back at 50,000.
At some point, I will say this one thing, okay? One thing. I feel bad for Lily Pichus. Like, here's the thing, okay? That I feel like lots of people, like, might be true, might be not true, who knows? I think lots of people taking advantage of Lily Pichus. I'm not like a full-on simp, but I can kind of like can see like she just being herself. But the rest of the people like surrounding her and get famous because of her, I can see the assholeness in a lot of people. Like not the assholeness, it's more like, you know, that the I support the latest thing so I won't get shit on, so I can maintain my fame kind of persons. Like surrounding her. Essentially, they all got famous because of her too, so it's more or less like she kind of get used by a lot of people around her. Man, I just, like, just talking about this, like, made me feel sad for her, actually. Like, you can clearly see, like, people that around her is not that great of people, to be honest. This past few months that you can start to see the crack on a lot of people, just like, you know, I support the latest thing kind of like face, just to be like, just to say that, so like they can do like, you know, the pretentious kind of like faking it out to get support, those kind of things. You know what I'm talking about. And like people around her is like starting to like surfacing a lot of like the ugly side of them like out. especially like the who again? The Pokemon. Yeah, I do feel bad about that. But either way, yeah. Well, if you're gonna head out, have a nice day for you, and yeah, I hope your future can drop by if you feel like it. And oh, do watch it yourself too. It is a very interesting thing to watch. If you want the link, don't need to find the link. Just find Muujin and then his latest video, and it's there.
He'd also stopped collabing with larger content creators as much as he used to, mostly sticking to himself. But hell, I mean, 1,600 average viewers is still very easy to make a living off of. He had made his millions of dollars, had this incredibly obsessive fan base. As far as content creator careers go, this really wasn't so bad. The guy was a multimillionaire. What people weren't aware of, though, is that for many years since becoming a viral sensation, he would use his status as Sykkuno, as the most desirable streamer imaginable, as this K-pop idol, to pursue relationships with smaller or up-and-coming content creators, whether they be cosplayers or VTubers, manipulating them into thinking that they were special, all in the hopes of hooking up with them and while being in a monogamous relationship. This is the real Sykkuno. And now we finally have proof. Hemamal VT, who I'll refer to as Mal from now on, is someone who has been making content for the last year. She occasionally streams from time to time, but also tends to post cosplays on her Twitter profile, some of them being revealing. Those revealing cosplays would catch Sykkuno's attention, and he'd follow her on Valentine's Day of 2026. Within barely a few days, he would start talking about how they should move in together into the same house, all while having a girlfriend. When Mal would find out about the girlfriend, she would decide to write a Google document. The Google document would contain Mal's side of the story as well as Elfie Leah's side of the story. Another VTuber who, of course, also posts cosplays from time to time, which is why Sykkuno was interested in her to begin with. She also had no idea that Sykkuno had a girlfriend and would meet up with him during December 2025 in Paris when he would travel for a convention. Unlike Mal, though, she would actually end up sleeping with Sykkuno, again, completely oblivious that he has a girlfriend. They would both share their stories and the DMs with Sykkuno in the Google document. This document would be 32 pages long, and it would detail both of their experiences with Sykkuno, leading up to the revelation of the fact that he has a girlfriend, as well as a link to the full 17-minute YouTube video in which Mal would confront
those who know they're handsome and then like take
girlfriend
advantage of girls.
Here's how it would start off. On Valentine's Day of this year, I was followed on Twitter by Sykkuno. I thought it was amazing that such a big content creator even knew I existed, let alone followed me on social media. He had been my role model and someone I looked up to for a long time, ever since my days in high school. However, what I learned about Sykkuno after that day would make me regret my decision. Sykkuno is not the kind, soft-spoken character you see on stream. He is a serial cheater, liar, and manipulator who uses his status to get what he wants from as many women as possible. More specifically, ones who are smaller or up-and-coming content creators, knowing that he can take advantage of them. After confiding in many others that have had similar experiences with Sykkuno, I realized that this was not an isolated incident. In fact, it was something that had been going on for multiple years. He always made sure to cover his tracks and never left a paper trail significant enough for someone to make this public. But now, this has all changed. These are serious allegations, and I fully understand that this should not be treated lightly. I urge all other content creators who have been personally affected by Sykkuno's behavior to not remain silent, as I believe that there is strength in numbers. This document will not only include proof from me, but from another victim who has given me her consent as well. Below, you will find evidence that will expose this calculated pattern of love bombing and manipulation, as well as a recording of a voice call where he explicitly admits to all his wrongdoings, everything. Alright, so already this is one hell of an intro to the document, right? One thing I want to point out is the urging of all other content creators who have been personally affected by Sykkuno to come out about this. As I already mentioned, there are many people who were affected by his actions throughout the years. In fact, if Sykkuno traveled to any expo or convention or event, then you can bet a hefty sum of money that he always had someone there who he flew out, hoping that he could bring them to his hotel room. Anyway, the next section of the document would be titled, Our First Conversation. After Valentine's Day, I was so excited about him following me that I told a friend who then urged me to strike up a conversation. I finally worked up the courage to send him a DM, and he replied right away. So here we can see on the 15th of February, Mal would send, "Are you still looking for a Valentine's date perhaps?" To which Sykkuno would say, so innocently, What? You can't just open up with something like that. And besides, Valentine's Day is almost over where I'm from already. To which she would reply with, I mean, we can always do a Valentine's Day do-over, you know? In the same first conversation, he brought up what kind of games he liked to play and invited me to play with him after a convention. On the left image, we can see them discussing sleep schedules, right? Understanding what time it is for her, what time it is for him. And on the right image, we can see him say, what games do you like to play? I'm like a massive game player. That's usually how I meet people or make friends, to be honest. In the next couple of images, we can see Saikuno talk about the game he was playing, which was Outlast Trials, saying that maybe Mal could carry him. She would agree, give him her Discord, and then wonder, hey, are you done soon with your stream? Because I'm getting tired. She hadn't slept all night. She was pulling an all-nighter. He'd apologize for taking so long, and then he'd say that he has a convention to go to. So after making her wait for like a few hours, he would say, hey, listen, can we just play tomorrow? I have a convention to go to. And they would agree, okay, let's play after the convention. This is what would lead us to the next section. Interest in where I live. For context, this is still the same day as the first conversation, only moved to Discord and a few hours apart since I'm EU time zone and he's US time zone. So yeah, these DMs have the timestamp of 10 a.m. EU time. The last DMs we can see on Twitter were at 9 a.m. So this is barely an hour later after they added each other. Mal would continue by saying, things started out innocently enough with him inquiring about fun things to do near where I live, such as aquariums and conventions, TwitchCon EU specifically. I'd like to point out that I said we could go on a date to make up for Valentine's. He not once expressed to me any discomfort or that he wasn't single. So yeah, this is how it goes. If someone expresses interest in you, right, you typically tell them fairly quickly that you're already in a committed relationship. You don't just let things slide. Mal had no reason to think that Saikuno was already taken. Otherwise, he would have said something after she proposed a date. He'd ask, did they have an aquarium? I'm a big fan of aquariums. She'd say, there's artists in Amsterdam, could make it a date, you know, to make up for Valentine's. He'd only reply with, a what? Lol? Continuing on with his innocent persona, but he'd never say, oh no, actually, wait, like, I want to meet up as friends. I'm actually in a relationship. Not once. The next section will be titled, Following My Private Instagram. He would also follow my personal private Instagram that is only available to my IRL friends and family while using his official Saikuno account. So here we can see an image of Saikuno following her with her personal account name being hidden since it's personal. The next section will be titled, Making Plans to Meet Me in Person. So bear in mind, this was the next day, okay, the 16th of February. They had started talking on the 15th. He followed her on the 14th. The document would say, in this 2-hour Discord gaming call, the same day as our first conversation, Saikuno made plans to meet me IRL. It was set to be the same weekend as Dokumi 2026, and she was flying over anyway to attend TwitchCon EU. Going to the aquarium would be our first date. I also learned that there is a 15-year age gap between us. Right, so look, I personally spoke to the victim about this. I asked, like, would that usually have been like a red flag or a turnoff? She said yes. But the thing is, this is Saikuno we're talking about here, right? So she made an exception, because as you saw in the intro of this document, she used to watch him in high school. She genuinely looked up to him. To say that she was starstruck was an understatement, and that's exactly what he was counting on. Now, while keeping that 15-year age gap in mind, this next section definitely hits different. It's titled, Making Plans to Move In Together. These messages would be on the 17th of February, 2 days after they started talking. It would say, with Saikuno, our relationship moved so incredibly fast it almost felt like a dream. It was like he could make anything I wanted happen, and as someone as prolific and successful as him, I had no reason to doubt anything he said to me. These screenshots show that Saikuno and I were intending to adopt a cat and have me possibly move into his house. I told him we couldn't get a cat yet due to me not being a US citizen and possibly having
for this entire situation happen is, you never know a liar until you know that he's lying. By the time, most of the time, it's a little bit too late. A little bit too late. But manipulate an asshole like this, yes. Absolute power corrupt absolute. Who knows? Maybe he actually was like an innocent dude back in the days, and then he learned that, yeah, his face and his fame can actually attract so many girls. And here's the thing, I say again, my type right now is kind of like tomboyish girls, but still, I would say cosplayer would be better. But again, like, because he can actually legitly just go ahead and just date any cosplayer he wants. Definitely, this guy is just going to like be a player and just go around find any cosplayer that have a little bit slight interest in him and just take advantage of it. And there are girls that don't mind. There are girls that mind. And then for guy, I won't really say like there are guys like me that don't like the fact that he do that and take advantage of lots of girls. And there are also lots of guys who is literally in bro culture would just bro fist him and just say, "Hey, player," and then like just congratulate him that he nailed a bunch of girls. It's just going to happen. It's just going to happen. In fact, it's hard to say like him being like a player and a cheaters is going to like just immediately downgraded him. There will be girls that don't mind at him like this. In fact, it would be even better because now she got a chance that, you know, hit up with a guy like that. And there will also be a lot of guys that will look at him and be like, "Hey, respect your man." And then there are also people who have the completely opposite reaction like me. Again, it's just the natures of lots of like things going on there. It's, if you want to say it's unfair, it kind of is. You can't really like stop this kind of stuff. It's just there. I do truly hate the fact that people take advantage of, you know, girls that way. For lots of girls that decided to like actively go hit up a man, you know, when I say hit up a man, I'm not mean like having a club and then bonk him. I mean like, you know, try to contact a man, do the initiative part itself. Like, it is like admirable and also like a very deep experience for them. And when the guys see that, immediately take advantage of it, I kind of fucking hate it. Again, I'm cursing myself, like, again, I do mind it. I know there's kids here right now, but still, I'm doing reaction and drawing at the same time. That's that you people have to be careful, okay? Especially to all like content creators. I have like a very, very like stern standing on keep like a very like straight standard between a viewer and like the relationship of viewer and the relationship of like a content creator themselves. Is like anyone knows me, they would know I draw like a freaking like bold fucking line for people to not cross it. I don't really like accept DM. Even you do kind of like just spam DM on me, I won't really respond to you in the way that they kind of like hope that we'll like quote unquote blossoming a relationship kind of like way. Okay, I'll treat it like really coldly to a point that it will kind of like sadden you, disappoint you, and lots of things. But it is some things that I should do. Is like a normal conduct of being a entertainer, public entertainer itself. Yeah, that's the thing that you kind of have to do. It is sad and lonely to do that, kind of, yes, but also same times it's like it's kind of needed.
Visa issues. Keep in mind, this conversation happened 2 days after the first conversation. So in this first image of these set of DMs, we can see them talking about pets in general, right? About how he might be allergic to certain pets, about how his current dog doesn't trigger his allergies. So they start discussing the prospect of getting a cat. Mal would say, I mean, if I'm there anyways, we'll have to think of a name, no? To which Sykkuno would say, yeah, but I don't know if I can take care of it myself. Mal would say, or were you just gonna name it Cat? He'd say, you'll have to stay to help take care of it, lol. To which she'd say, I'm okay with that, though I don't know how that would work with me staying there. I can't stay forever either, you know, because I'm not an American citizen and I'll also probably have to go back as well. Because I mean, I hope at least that I can go back to studying end of this year. And like in general, everything is so expensive. And then he'd say, oh yeah, that's true. Okay, maybe we can get a cat together another time then. Besides, don't you already have a cat? Which she'd say, yeah, but they're my dad's. Also, did you finally order the food? And he'd say, oh, I see. So you wouldn't have to bring them if you just moved somewhere. To which she'd say, no, I guess not though. I'd miss them so much, so I definitely have to get new pets. So barely a couple days after speaking to each other, Sykkuno's out here discussing getting a pet together, taking care of it, raising it together, and looking into the possibility of her maybe moving in together with him one day. This was as he was sharing a home with his girlfriend. The next section will be titled Lying About Being Single and Dating History. In this screenshot, Saikuno said he has only ever had one relationship his entire life. I would eventually find out that that was a lie and that he had been dating and living in the same house as his girlfriend for years, and that I was not the only girl on the internet that he spoke to on a daily basis. So here we can see DMs of them discussing this topic. Mal would say, I mean, you've been in relationships before. It's not like it's your first relationship, referencing what they might potentially have going on. To which he'd reply with, I don't know, lol. I've only actually dated someone once and they broke up with me, so yeah, I think I'm just not very good, so it's probably just a me issue. To which he'd say, did you never do anything for your ex, at all? To which he'd say, I mean, I think I did. I don't think she thought I did, so yeah. But I mean, everyone has their own way of what they want, so it's important to be are you getting what you want? And if you're not, I totally understand. Mal, of course, would want to inquire as to what he was saying. What do you mean you think you did? Like what? But he'd never specify, and he'd always keep it vague, keeping up this persona that he crafted, the one that was allergic to love, that had no idea what was going on with women. This would lead us right into the next section titled Sexting. We texted every single day, and these interactions would be charged with flirting and suggestive topics. I would send him suggestive pictures and audios, and he would confirm that he'd touch himself to them. Additionally, he'd always act flustered and inexperienced, keeping up the illusion of his on-stream innocent persona. We'd also regularly talk about date ideas and things we'd like to do together in the future when we'd meet up IRL. Topics that are usually discussed between two adults who are clearly romantically interested in each other. On top of texting, we also called almost every single day, even after he'd stream for over 8 hours. We talk and play games regularly. One thing I'd noticed is that every time we called and when he spoke, he'd be whispering and never fully use his voice. His excuse was that it's because he was tired after a long stream, and I didn't really find that to be suspicious. Using your voice for 8 hours in a row does exhaust it after all. I now realize that he was quiet because his girlfriend lived with him and he didn't want her to hear. So in this first set of DMs, we can see them discussing things to watch together. Saikuno saying, let's watch something. Mal would say we should. He would say, let's watch a cooked Netflix dating show because those are funny, or both. And Mal would say we should. And do you also want to play games like Helldivers or Overwatch or etc.? In the next image, we can see them discussing the spicy audio that she sent him at some point. He'd say, you do too. She would say, yeah, like in that audio recording I sent you, to which he would act flustered over and say, huh? Oh my God. Well, yes, you really sounded cute in that too. To which she would say, did you ever re-listen to it or only that once? In the next screenshot, we can see them discussing going on a gym date. Mal expressed to him how much she enjoys going to work out at the gym, and so Saikuno would inquire about what a gym date looks like. This is when they discuss it more. In the next two set of DMs, we can see them talking about more spicy topics. Mal would say, you get flustered so easily.
Girl, don't sell yourself short like that, okay? Especially being a cosplayer, don't do this to yourself. There's a lot of men that's really available for you.
Easily. And then Saikuno would say, because I'm not. I've never done this kind of thing before, lol.
You didn't hit a jackpot, you hit a player. That is the worst kind of jackpot you get hit by.
To which she would say, and? You don't like it? He'd continue saying, which is crazy because I'm older than you, but I haven't really dated much, so... And then Mal would say, so? You have me now. He'd reply with, my XP bar is low, but no, I do it. I've never gotten something like this before. Yes, I like it. It's so good. I can't wait to use it later. As in, I can't wait to grill my sausage to it later, whatever she sent. To which she would reply with, I've kind of wondered if you've ever touched yourself while watching what I send you. To which he'd say, what? Why would you wonder that? She'd say, well, because they're spicy pictures and videos. Of course, I wonder if you put them to use. And then he'd say, I'll definitely put this one to use. She'd say, so you've never done so before? And then he would say, maybe in all caps with a flustered sweating emoji. This is when she'd put her foot down and say, I want a yes or no. And then he would say, yes, of course I have. How could I not? Overall, these DMs were a balance of spicy and wholesome, just like what you'd expect when two people are romantically interested in each other, saying goodnight to each other, inquiring on their health. He'd compliment her on her appearance. She'd say, I love getting compliments from you. Good morning, handsome. What are you up to? But this romantic interest wouldn't just be expressed with words. No, for Saikuno, he'd make sure to express it financially too. This is what would lead us to the next section, titled Sugar Daddy. Less than a month later, Saikuno would randomly ask for my PayPal account in DMs. He'd then waste no time in sending me money unprompted, something that I'd later realize was simply a behavioral pattern that he'd employ with women he'd express interest in. I want to reiterate that I have never asked him for his money, and he did this of his own volition. He bought me both a gym jacket, linked below, and Resident Evil 9, because I had a...
Girls, do not sell yourself short as a whore. He just treat you like one.
expressed interest in that game. Here we can see 2 payments. The first one sent on the 28th of February 2026, 81 euros, and the second one being 200 euros on the 5th of March 2026. The sender was the business, Saikuno. He'd innocently ask for her PayPal username on the 28th of February. He'd start off the conversation with, you still aren't asleep either? To which she'd say, I fell asleep, woke up again because I'm having trouble sleeping. He would then say, oh, well, good morning. And what's your PayPal so I can buy you games later? She'd say, huh? Straight to the point. Jesus, I need to update my email to my PayPal because it's my old name from before I rebranded. When he would send her money for a gym jacket, at some point she'd say, want me to send it back? To which he'd say, no, I wanted you to get a nice gym vest, lol. Especially because it seems like you're really passionate about working out, so I thought it'd be nice. And then you can remember me when you're wearing it. I thought it was a cute idea. She'd buy one, she'd wear it, she'd send it to him, and she'd say, I wore it with the green set because I know how much you like green. She'd also make a tweet on her account while wearing it, saying, this gym jacket is literally so comfy, the muscle mommy arc will be
Should I
real.
change my character
So up
color
until
not
this
green
point,
anymore?
this was Mal's experience with Saikuno. The next section is titled A Calculated Pattern of Love Bombing and Manipulation. And this is where we talk about Elphilia's side of the story. The document would say, after speaking to Elphilia a few days ago, we were able to corroborate our experiences with Saikuno and learned that we were both victims of this. We had no idea that he was talking to both of us at the same time. Saikuno is known to send hundreds of dollars to the girls he wants to get involved with. This screenshot is from when he took my friend Elphilia to Paris during the 2025 TFT tournament, along with sending her 500 euros to help her move into her new apartment. You can clearly see that this was sent from his business email's PayPal account. So unlike the other image that was supplied by Mal, here we can clearly see this is Saikuno at hotmail.com sending her all this money. A substantial amount, around 1,550 euros, all under his business email. Here are the DMs in which we can see that he offered to pay for her flight to TFT Paris as well as all the food and hotel fees there, pretty much taking care of her financially during the entire trip. So this starts off as far back as April 2025, with Saikuno telling Elphilia, I'm probably going to Paris later this year for sure, I'm not sure on TwitchCon yet, I'm afraid I don't know enough people. He'd say, you should come to Paris when I go to it, is it close? To which she'd say, Paris is pretty easy to go to, yeah, since it's in the European Union. He'd say, you better hang out then when I go there. She'd reply with, I'll have to see because I know nothing and no one there and it's expensive. To which he would say, I'll pay for it, don't worry. She'd say, whoa, really? You do that? And then he'd say, yeah, of course. And all the food. She'd of course be ecstatic about this and say, you'd have to deal with my annoying ass though. And he would say, but you gotta choose places to eat, like the restaurants. And she'd say, deal. One day later, he'd reiterate, you're fine, you never have to pay for anything, don't worry, lol. How much is the flight usually from Netherlands to Paris and back? Because she lived in the Netherlands at the time. I think I'm going for like a TFT tournament or something like that. On the 10th of December 2025, we can see her saying, I'm boarding now, see you soon, to which he would reply with, see you soon, you have the hotel info, right? Since they were going to share a room. This brings us to the next section titled Elphilia's Experience. Elphilia would talk to Saikuno on and off for the span of 5 years. During that time, she had absolutely no idea that he had a girlfriend in the 5 years that she had known him, and on and off flirted with him. Anytime she would bring up the topic of his love life, he would give the response of playing too many games and not going out enough to meet women to date. So bear in mind, she knew him since like 2021, back when he was like the most desired man on the entirety of Twitch or the streaming space. And even with all that flirting, he never once mentioned the relationship he's been in since 2021. So this was in the beginning of his relationship as well. So in this next set of DMs, we can see Elphilia saying, also, I have a question for you. Why are you single? Like, how? To which he'd say, huh? That's a crazy question, lol. I think it's a combination of like playing too many games. To which she'd say, why crazy? Why is it a crazy question? The guy was desired by anyone. Even after his viewership had fallen down a little bit, he could still DM anyone and get them to date him. It didn't make sense. The document would say, same calculated behavior and patterns, using his nerdy gamer boy facade to lure women into a false narrative. In this next set of DMs, Elphilia would be saying, you're cute. You're this sweet to all girls, or am I just lucky? To which he'd say, wah, lol, only to the ones I think are cool. So as we can see, Elphilia is just
like a lot of thing he does actually is like actively doing something. It's like if there's like 1 or 2 things that you just actively pretend to be, it's kind of like fine. It's like you're a content creator, obviously wearing a mask or doing something just for entertainment is kind of fine. But if you actively like communicate with other people like that too, like you have like a very big issues here, man. Okay, this is a very fucking big red flag. I am just me myself, but I can definitely tell this guy that if you ever actually have to hear someone to talk like a gosh dang mafia boss like this, I mean, alright there. If they have to make a soft voice like this, actively doing this kind of chat, trust me, you have to put in the effort to actually sound like this. It's like talking to the kids, and then you be like, "Hi there," like those kind of things. This is his voice, kind of like it. You understand that lose that much energy just to like talk is like something's bad. You actually have to actively like do it on purpose to actually sound like this. And that's the key point of it.
Starstruck. She can't believe this. She feels so lucky that Saikuno, the guy who's desired by everyone, is giving her attention out of anyone else.
Again, a famous dude is really able to contact girls. Unless very rare circumstances, you contact him, not he contact you.
Else in the world. This is the effect he had on people, and he knew this. And just like with Mal, he would follow her personal Instagram with his official Saikuno Instagram page. It's genuinely like a deja vu to what he did with Mal. Like, it's the same patterns. The guy had a playbook and he knew how to put it to use. The document would continue. Here is proof that Saikuno was in Paris for the TFT event around this time too, directly from his Twitter. So here you can see this was posted around.
Okay, I didn't go to the toilet.
The 13th of December 2025 when he was in Paris. In this first tweet on the left, we can see him taking an image of Lily Pichu, who was also there, as well as him retweeting one of TFT's tweets saying, "Ultimate bragging rights have been secured at the TFT Paris Open." This is them announcing that Saikuno's team had won, confirming that he was indeed there. The next page of the document would show us a set of DMs between Saikuno and Elfilia. The date would be the 3rd of March 2026. So this would be 3 months after they had met up and hooked up. And this would be as he was talking with Mal. He'd say, "Oh my god, I was playing World of Warcraft, I saw this player, it reminded me of you." That's because that player had a similar looking name. She'd say, "Oh, you got reminded of me? That's cute." To which he'd say, "Of course." "Oh, I was gonna ask, were you planning on going to like Off-Kai or anything like that?" That's a VTuber Expo, right? To which she would say, "I wish, but unfortunately I can't. My rent is now 800 euros per month."
Like, the more I hear about this guy, the more... Like, now you have to understand awareness that he's actually raising 2 girls at the same time while I have a girlfriend. And here's the thing. Only 2 girls talks about it. It seems that this guy is super multitasking. Oh, the active choice that does that. You can actually see, like, as a guy who are in a lot of like bro culture guys. I'm not like a bro guy, but still, like, I'm in the circle that hearing them talk a lot about this kind of stuff. You know, like, this is like some active move they kind of do. Like, I definitely sure like Saikuno have a bunch of like bro guys like surrounding him, like, and then he just bragging about how he nailed like shit out chicks. and then everyone just admiring him, calling him like the broest bro in the group. Like, definitely. And then he will basically just, in behind the scene, like, shit on all the girls, like how fucking dumb they are, just like jump into him without him doing anything. Or like so easily like dumbfounded, like they're so believable on everything all the bullshit he said. I'm not even kidding. It is going to be a thing that he is like actively talk about when he's like surrounded by bro that will kind of like just like talk about those kind of things.
Per month, and I'm living fully off of my savings, so I canceled all my travels for the year. The document would say, to add even more salt to the wound, after Elphilia's Paris trip, and 2 weeks after he had started talking to me, saying things like how he wants to move in with me and such, he would message Elphilia asking her if she'll be at Offkai. This is proof that he'd be talking to more than one woman at the same time, planning a hookup for every event he went to. He was doing this while giving me the impression that he wanted something long-term, and all while also having a girlfriend.
You know what? I'm the fucking laziest person in the world. I rather like talk in the group than rather talk to one-on-one too much if I need to talk to like lots of people. You know, I won't just go to like hop into one chat and then hop to another chat. And essentially, if I'm going to talk about the same thing, I'm not going to fucking repeat myself. If I type one thing, I would just copy it and then paste it to another conversation I have. And then I'll be like, gosh, I'm too tired. I'm talking to two people like sending the same message. Can we just like join in the same group to do this thing? But people like the exclusivity of the chat, you know, like. And then once they know that I kind of like just like copy paste lots of conversation, they're pissed off that I do that shit. Like, female are very territorial. Don't try to play with female, okay?
Since 2021. Elphilia and I weren't friends until I found out that he was cheating on his girlfriend. This is when we both got in contact with each other and shared our stories. She deserves the world. The section would end with both Sykkuno and Elphilia talking about random topics, and then at the end of this DM chain, we can see Sykkuno saying, "How was your day?" To which she would reply with, "Awful. Spent the whole day crying. Crying right now. Why do some men cheat? I'll never understand." The document points out that this is ironic, seeing that Sykkuno is a cheater himself. So as you can see, when these two women spoke to each other and shared their stories, they were shocked. Shocked to know that they were being used so casually, and shocked to know that this man was in a relationship. But how is it that he did this for years with no consequences? How is it that there are many Elphilias and Mals out there with no one saying a thing? Well, they kind of did, which is what the next section is all about. It's titled Rumors and Broken Friendships. As I mentioned in the intro, no one made a public statement before because they never had sufficient evidence. Sykkuno would always talk about the most explicit and sensitive topics in voice calls or in person, never leaving a paper trail. This was all intentional. Rumors still managed to spread. Many content creators, both big and small, would vent to their friends about his behavior. Behind the scenes for many, he'd be known as a predator who regularly took advantage of smaller and or vulnerable content creators. The reason why Sykkuno would abruptly stop hanging out with certain people throughout the years is because of this predatory behavior. However, he'd managed to keep enough influential friends around him to legitimize his position in the space, especially seeing that many of those friends were women who would have normally stood in solidarity with any sort of victim, making it seem like he was safe enough to trust because they trusted him enough to be a friend. As Elphilia spoke with Sykkuno, she'd tell him about rumors that she had heard from someone else, about how Sykkuno had a roster of readily available women, and how they all coincidentally were smaller content creators who wouldn't dare touch him if something went wrong. Elphilia, of course, didn't believe this. After all, Sykkuno had a calculated pattern that worked perfectly in his favor. His innocent, naive demeanor wouldn't dare hurt a fly, so why would he hurt me? So here we can see DMs between Elphilia and Sykkuno. She would start this off with saying, "I don't know, he said he dislikes you," referencing a friend of hers, and that you only go for girls that are small so you can manipulate them with your shy persona. Yet he is doing that to my friend right now. To which Sykkuno would say, "Oh yeah, I mean, I don't think that's true, but I guess people will say stuff randomly. I'm confused as to these people who think I'm going for them. I haven't really done that. But anyway, I'm sure it'll be fine. I mean, like..."
Man, if one of my friends is actively that victims, I would go and actually punch him. I would, actually. well, I used to be a very violent person. This is why, like I told you guys, I used to like have like bro culture people hanging around with me too. It's kind of like the thing. I can see those thing. Okay, you know, I kind of like got tired on lots of those kind of bro talk, and this thing called like, getting old, I guess. I used to be a very like extrovert guy. It's just that, you know, my condition makes me turn myself into introvert. But still, at the end, like this is just bullshit. You know what? Like maybe like one days I'll like do another like, podcast, kind of like do like react to like a bunch of girls together, like just see like their opinions. Like this is something to be like focus on or something. Like I don't know.
Like I said before, people who know me will know me, and I guess he just dislikes me, which is totally fine. She'd say, exactly. He did say the only reason you haven't gotten called out is because you go after small creators and they'll never expose you. If you ever need proof of anything, I have receipts, just in case he tries anything funny. Sykkuno would say, oh, I feel like the way VTubers are, they would love to try and expose bigger streamers. They love drama, lol. But it's not true, so I think it's fine. I don't need receipts or anything, it's fine. But I thought he was chill. I'm kind of sad he was so angry. Elphilia would say, I know, just making sure you stay safe no matter what, love. Sykkuno would continue saying, I mean, why is he bringing up so much anyway, though? To which she'd say, he's jealous of you, I'm just playing League with him, and he brought you up out of the blue. To which he'd say, I don't think there's much to be jealous of, lol. But hopefully he feels better soon. And Elphilia ends this by saying, he said you hurt 5 of his friends, apparently. So this was on the 22nd of December after they had met IRL, and Elphilia had no reason to doubt him, right? She still had no idea that he had a girlfriend since 2021. This is why she was still so readily siding with him. And speaking of cheating, this is what would lead us to the section, Sykkuno's girlfriend. The coincidence that would lead me to finding out the truth about Sykkuno happened last week. A popular male VTuber tried to slide into my DMs to presumably get in my pants, and when I rejected him, he immediately started to mention nasty rumors about Bao. Out of concern for her, I reached out to a mod who then connected me with Bao. The 3 of us struck up a conversation when I mentioned I was nervous about a date I was going on. They asked me who it was. When I said my date was with Sykkuno, they immediately told me not to go on the date for my own personal safety. Bao told me that at the end of March, Sykkuno's girlfriend reached out to her regarding a controversial tweet Bao made last year in 2025. She asked Bao if it was true that the tweet was about Sykkuno. So this tweet in question, right, if you were on Twitter back in October 2025, you would have probably seen it. It went absolutely viral, and it simply just said, if you're an up-and-coming female content creator with a small but growing audience and a much larger and successful male content creator approaches you out of nowhere and showers you with attention on stream, in DMs, etc., don't walk, run. To 99% of people. This was Bao giving smaller content creators very well needed advice. In reality though, this was a subtweet directly referencing Sykkuno's behavior. Because the document would continue, they called, as in Bao and Sykkuno's girlfriend, and Bao explained to her that other women had confided in her about similar experiences with him. She described a pattern of behavior where he targeted small female content creators and pressured them into having sex with him. Bao then offered to connect her with these other victims so they could share their experiences with her directly, as she felt it was important to hear them firsthand. This was all discussed during a Discord call. And so here we can see a DM sent by Sykkuno's girlfriend on March 24, 2026 to Bao saying, hey Bao, I'm sorry to bother you with this, but I heard something recently that was a bit concerning and I thought I would just come ask you about it. I heard that there was...
Yup, like I said, like, this is like last time when Bao got into deep trouble, I already said, like, must be like something like either Miss Kiss does or something like happens that triggered her so much to say that thing, but also like happens in the very wrong fucking timing, but still, yeah, it is like that. I do think so, like the Emerald stuff that happens with like Miss Kiff does give her extra triggers. Like she already know like a lot of stuff like happening behind the scene, and then like that just like, you know what, fuck this, last stand, I'm going to like talk about it. But again, like she being like herself, it's just that she refused to actually like directly call out people. Because of that, is like, you know, like VTuber have this thing is called like we respect privacy too much a little bit, and then we do a lot of fucking vague posting. And that fucking vague posting, it already hit like a certain critical threshold a long time ago. Especially like on the Taka 101 like stuff. Everyone already got like fucking tired of like the vague posting thing. So when she does that, it kind of like have a little bit like huge ass like reflections happens. You know? Again, like it is like what we call terrible timing. Very fucking terrible timing.
possibly an instance of Saikuno trying to get VTuber girls up to his hotel room to drink with them? And that the tweet you made about being cautious of large male streamers showering you with gifts and attention was about him? In regards to him doing it to one of your friends? You know, before we get back to the document, this actually reminds me of this one tweet that was posted on Twitter back in October 21st, 2025 during TwitchCon North America, where an innocent fan came across Saikuno in the lobby of a hotel at 2 a.m. One can only wonder what he was doing there, but as you can see, rumors are very easy to spread once you spot someone in a hotel lobby at 2 a.m. The document would continue. Bao told me that 3 days before I contacted her and her mod, Saikuno and his girlfriend were trying to reconcile after Saikuno somehow managed to convince her that it was all a huge misunderstanding. She had no clue that I, as well as many other girls, still existed in Saikuno's romantic and sexual life. Bao and her mod would put me in a group chat with Saikuno's girlfriend where I would share all the screenshots you see above. She was rightfully horrified and left the group chat because she couldn't stomach reading them. This is where we can see DMs in the group chat from Saikuno's girlfriend saying, I have lived with him for over 2 years. We have been together since 2021. And on top of that, everything he's planning with you are things we have planned together and talk about and have done. I'm sorry. At this point, I wouldn't be able to imagine what I would feel if I was in Mal's shoes or anyone else's shoes that Saikuno had taken advantage of. In fact, I can't imagine being his girlfriend, hearing these rumors about someone I lived with in the same home and finding out about it this way, even after he managed to convince me that him sleeping with someone back in December 2025 was a misunderstanding. It's horrifying. This would all lead us to the final section of this document, titled To All of Saikuno's Victims. Ever since Saikuno's viral breakout during the pandemic lockdowns of 2020 when he played Among Us, he has always carefully curated every aspect of his behavior on stream and with friends. An innocent, romantically inexperienced boy failure who looks like
again, there's no way a person who can become super brand friendly without trying. Okay? I actively tried and I'm fucking tired about this, and then I decided to be like, no, fuck this. Hold on, I got distracted by this rendering skill on skin. I often post stuff like this into my Discord channel, so if anyone want to learn art and stuff, you guys can come here and try to find it. I have a parallel posting on this particular kind of stuff. It's basically there's one that's more matured, another one is kids friendly. I hope it's kids friendly, how to draw body, anatomy, this and that, this kind of stuff. But because when you have to learn drawing anatomy, you end up have to I won't post actual naked people, but there's lots of art reference, how to teach people draw muscle and that and stuff. It incidentally is just going to see something there, but without the dot, without the strong and dot. So yeah. And then I have particular one that is I have restriction for the 18+ one. It's not even the 18+ stuff. It's more it's just cosplayers wearing much more suggestive clothing and then doing the posing. Actually, all the poses are actually really fine. It's being a VTuber artist, generally you have to draw lots of those kind of poses too. So it is a very good kind of referencing, even when it comes to fashion and stuff. Cosplay fashion, I mean. So I still do post a lot of different type of rendering, body anatomy, normal posing stuff. I will still parallelly post into that particular art tips post thingy. Also, again, I'm not sure I got amnesia or something. Also, hi there, Dilemma. I'm double checking something, and yeah, everything should be doing alright now. Let's keep on watching this one. I might actually invite some of my friends and rewatch it one more time.
like an anime character and sounds like one too. This perfectly curated image would attract a large audience of women, with a lot of them openly professing how attracted they are to him. He soaked in the praise and never sought to limit the most extreme aspects of his community because it made him more desirable. He understood this and would use this curated image, as well as his legitimacy in the content creation space thanks to his followers and famous friends, to seek out any attractive cosplayers and or content creators that were small enough to be starstruck by his grand presence. It would work most of the time, as he'd use the same calculated pattern that he used with me and Elphilia to lure them in, and eventually fly them out to the next convention or event that he went.
Wow, I want one cosplayer girlfriend. This guy is like farming shit tons of them. Like, holy shit, I want to punch him. What? All guys have like that thing.
To with the goal of hooking up. What these many women didn't know, though, is that he'd always lie about the fact that he's single. That behind the scenes, he had a neglected and depressed girlfriend that he'd been with since 2021 and who has lived with him since 2024 in the same house. I implore the many other victims to come out about their experiences with this predator. And I end this document with a recording of Saikuno in which he admits to everything, especially with how he cheated on his girlfriend with my friend and was intending to do that with me as well. For context, this was shortly after I had messaged his girlfriend about his cheating. 30 minutes later, he would ask if I was free for a call. As his girlfriend was crying downstairs, he somehow chose to prioritize someone that he barely met 2 months ago. She's referring to herself. I pointed this out during the call. Here's the link. So the link isn't here right now, but obviously it will be by the time this video comes out. It's okay though, because I have the video. And if you're wondering why you should watch it here, well, it's because Saikuno's voice is so damn low. I mean, the guy was whispering as if someone was after him with a gun, that you could barely tell what he's saying. I actually bothered to add subtitles. This whole recording is 17 minutes long, and as the document stated, he pretty much admits to everything. Watch.
Hello.
Thomas.
Hello.
So,
Well, pretty much know most of it.
yeah, like what?
Know what?
No, you can tell me.
Okay. Well, wasn't very honest.
Oh.
About single.
About what? You have to speak up a little bit. Your mic is cutting out.
Sorry, always happens. About being single, and I just wanted to.
Holy
Oh,
shit, I
yeah.
can't hear a single thing. We really do need the
Uh-huh.
subtitle.
You're still gonna have to speak up a little bit. By the way, you're still cutting out a lot.
Sorry, you know how I talk quietly.
Yeah, but you never talk this quietly.
I'm sad.
Oh, you know, sometimes you use a very soft voice. Can't really say too much. I'm sad. That's for being a fucking liar.
It's the actions of your. Well, it's the consequences of your own actions, I suppose.
I know.
Mm,
So basically,
The sassy
was
of
in a very
her.
happy relationship.
doesn't sound like it, but sure.
Well, let me finish. I
Continue.
was in a very happy relationship a long time ago.
Long time ago. What, like
And then-
2021?
I don't know the exact time. Honestly.
Yep, she's pissed.
Then it got a lot less happy.
How so?
I don't fully know. She just stopped hanging out with me that much, and
Stop hanging out with you. She lives with you.
yeah, I mean,
You're gonna have to speak up. I can't hear a single sentence that comes out of your mouth. You there?
Oh, broke a car!
yes, I'm here.
Oh, you
Okay, I'm just asking
fuck!
because you went quiet.
anyway, so
That's how things should work.
I was very, very happy,
Mm-hmm.
and at some point it wasn't so happy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know exactly when, but like we stopped spending time together. We hadn't done it together for years.
Or what? I couldn't hear that part.
I said we hadn't done anything together for like years,
Mm-hmm.
and I was just very sad and alone. Didn't feel wanted at all.
Mm-hmm. So you slept with Alfie in Paris. And then you flirted with me. And were telling me how you wanted me to come visit you in Vegas, and how you wanted to go on a date, and how you were serious about me, and how you really meant it, and how you wanted to go get a cat together.
Yes.
Yeah. Why? Why didn't you just break off the relationship then?
Because a combination of remembering how it was, some part of me hoping it would go back to that, and
Well, obviously it's not going to go back to that if you're actively cheating on her. It's only going to get worse. I think that's really on you, bud. And I know you're smarter than that.
I'm not.
I mean, for fuck's sake, you're a 34-year-old man. Yes, you are. Stop acting like you're a child.
Ooh, love the
don't think
sass
that's
there.
what I'm acting like, but
I mean, you say you're not smarter than that, but you are. You're a 34-year-old man. You just chose to do it. You knew damn well in the back of your head that it wasn't going to end up well.
yeah. But it's complicated.
It's really not.
So-
Cheating is just bad. She hasn't done anything to ask for it to be cheated on. It's pretty cut and dry.
Yeah, but she relied on me to take care of a lot of things. And I just still cared about her.
Okay, that doesn't mean that you do that because you wanted to, not because she was like holding it against you or forcing you to.
No.
Exactly. So there's still no excuse for you to cheat on her.
Not saying there was one. Just explaining why it happened.
The only reason why it happened is because you just chose to do it. I don't know why you decided to lie to me, because you know damn fucking well that lying especially is like a big thing I do not tolerate.
Nobody tolerates fucking lying, obviously.
Yeah.
That is state of fucking obvious stuff on that one.
And I was fine about the Alfie thing, because I was like, okay, he didn't know me before that, right? But then I find out you've had a girlfriend this entire time. Do you realize how fucked up that is? Because not only were you... Because, sure, you didn't lead Alfie on. Alfie acknowledges that you didn't lead her on, right? Because I've talked to Alfie. I'm friends with her. I've been friends with her before I even met you.
Well, technically,
like,
most cosplayer know each
She
other.
acknowledges that you didn't lead her on. You led me on, though. You did lead me on, though.
Yeah.
You gave me all these fancy-ass promises about, oh, we're gonna go on a date when you can visit here. What, so you could cheat on your girlfriend again? So you could sleep with me so you could cheat on your girlfriend again?
That wasn't...
What were you intending with that?
You know, he going to say the sob story of, my girlfriend's super depressed. I cannot do anything. I can't handle her anymore, but I can't break up with her. If I break up with her, she's going to do stupid stuff. Well, technically, I think it is like something that will happen in some sense. It can be, but still, I'm not going to defend that guy, okay? Even that is the case. At the very beginning line to like 5 fucking girls at the same times, then no. Then that is not a valid excuse. If you have like one fling on the cheating side, okay? And then you're just going to say like, oh, you have a girlfriend in that state, you can't really like break up with her. This kind of thing. I kind of give you a tiny bit of pass, okay? But you have doing this for more than like, at this point, like there's like confirmed 2 cases of leading 2 girls, kind of. And then there are more than 2, apparently. It's just that the rest of people didn't went out and confirmed it. But at least you're going to say 2 is already 1 too many. You're fucked, man. You're fucked.
Well...
There's no amount of excuse can help you.
I thought it was going to, be over.
But what?
Like, I thought that was gonna be the end of that.
The end of what?
My previous relationship.
You were gonna break up with so you could date me, or what?
Well, like I said, it'd been a long time where, like, we hadn't spent time together. Hadn't done anything in years.
You can't play that card when you actually like
In my head, I thought
chatting
that
with
was-
5-6 fucking girls at the same time, not talking to her like that. Man, this is such a this is like 101 manipulative stuff. Again, I with a bunch of bro friend before. I know that tactic.
at some point be over.
What? I couldn't hear you.
Immediately go for like the I'm so sad appeal. Man, this is why like those people like play always like laugh at girls that they just like tell one sob story and it becomes immediately believable.
I said, I thought that meant that was going to be like the end of it.
So you were already moving on before you even broke up with her? Were you intending to break up with her, or were you just waiting for her to break up with you?
No, I don't know. It was
So-
just a really weird
I just
mix of like,
want to understand this. So what was your intention with me? Like where was I in this
Why
whole
I
thing?
keep
Like,
hearing like
were you
plate
intending
like
to
drop
date me
like
after?
something drop
Like,
onto
were
a
you
plate kind
intending
of
to
sound.
just
Is
ditch-
he fucking eating while like being
to go date
confronted?
me?
I mean, I guess for me, it felt like it was already. Oh,
But that's not what I asked. I'm talking about me.
I mean, yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking.
You were thinking to just ditch her and then date me. What, were you gonna do the same thing to me? I'm sorry, but like, you're not really selling this whole relationship thing really well. If this is the type of relationship you uphold.
It's fine. I'm not trying to sell it.
I can tell.
Just trying to explain what's going on.
Yeah. The thing is, if I never reached out to Bao, because I didn't even reach out to Bao about you, right? I reached out to Bao about because lied behind my back to a bunch of people, and I was not okay with that. And then started lying about Bao. That's when I reached out to Bao. I became friends with her roommate, and then I was talking with a little bit back and forth, and then you came up in the topic, and then she told me you had a girlfriend, and that your girlfriend has been venting to Bao this entire time about how you gaslight her into staying. You make her feel bad anytime that she like wanted to leave because you cheated on her, and she knew that you cheated on her. She just didn't know who. Because you never told her that it was Elfie, you just told her that you cheated on her in Paris. I think. I don't know if you told her, but I knew she knew.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, he is eating.
Why? Why go through all this trouble?
Wow,
Because
such a
I didn't know how
diabolical way to
to,
kind of get confronted is like eating, slurping Maggie mee while doing it.
I mean, for God's sake, if the only thing why you even stayed with her is because she relied on me for a lot of things, you can afford to take care of her for a little bit before she gets back onto her feet. Like, at least don't put her through the trouble of like telling her like, oh, like I'm still gonna be with you, like telling her that you're still her boyfriend, while actively cheating on her every single day.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I should have just
Yeah, there's no amount of I have a depressed girlfriend, I cannot break up with her, like reason can help you anymore. If that's the case, that you lost that fucking card a long time ago when you like tried to lead on like more than 2 girls. If just that one girl's do that, kind of like, okay, circumstances wise, yes. But you tell that story to multiple different girls, then yeah, you're fucked. You're beyond fucked at this point. You lost that card ages ago. You don't have that card. Okay, you don't have the I have depressed girlfriend card.
said how I felt.
Like, you could have just deadass. If the only thing that you were concerned about is the fact that she relied on you for things, you could have just supported her until she got back onto her feet, so she could support herself. You know?
And it wasn't just that.
Then what else?
Somehow hoping it would go back to how things used to be.
Well, I also already told you, cheating is not going to make it go back to how it used to be.
It's a lot easier to say that.
It's the truth. It's the harsh truth. Nothing is going to go back the same way that it was if you're going to cheat on someone actively.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I'm
watching some very juicy drama.
You're going to change
while
what?
drawing.
That's it. Everything.
What do you mean that's it?
Just gonna change.
I do have to start a
You're gonna
podcast
stay
and
with
invite
her?
my friend to like watch this shit together.
Because honest to God, I feel like the
Like I want to hear the girl side of the opinion. I would say this is a scumbag of the world. I feel like I want to see some girls like raging at this guy, at this dude, you know? Oh, man.
the poor girl's been through enough. I don't think you should have to sit there and.
If you guys don't know, I'm actually quite those kind of like, you know, like those kind of like aunties, like just keep like surrounding themselves in a circle and then do lots of gossip stuff. I'm technically function like that too. I'm the male version of it, but it's rare to see one. But I'm the male version of it.
Keep doing this to her. Because I was in a group chat with her while you were on stream. And this girl's absolutely f***ing distraught because of the shit that you've done to her. The shit that you've put her through. Like, genuinely. Do you know how much that fucks someone up? Like, you already cheated on her once, and she decided to trust you still. She decided to stay with you, despite the fact that you already had cheated on her and admitted to it. And what do? You go onto Twitter and go find the next girl to flirt with. Like, if anything, honest to God, I'm not even mad at this point. I'm just disappointed. I'm really disappointed.
No. Should not disappointed. Those are like bro tips guys, so you cannot disappointed at those kind of asshole.
She's been crying to Bao about it. Bao's been sitting there, like, comforting this girl, trying to tell her, hey, maybe you should leave him. Because this isn't okay. This really isn't okay.
Circumstances like reasoning has been out of the window. Okay? If for me, I'm going to toss it out of the window a long time ago. And if it's happened to my friend, I would come in person and punch the shit out of him a long time ago.
Strain. Every single day. That you continue to be with her. While you're sitting there having fun playing with your friends. Be so honest right now, Thomas.
Like, that's the thing is, like, if it comes to cheating stuff, it's like, okay, first time, if you have, like, really ridiculous circumstances, I give you one chance. But that's the thing, like, about this dude, like, Psychono dude. He have a fling with multiple girls. Like, holy shit, there's no amount of, like, I have a depressed girlfriend, I cannot break up. Like, reasoning can actually, like, you know, give you any leeway of being a player. Yeah. Like I say again, I was in a bro culture circle. Not I myself, I'm a bro, sadly. I can't be the bro, is somehow I just, like, in the group. Like, every bro culture group have, like, that one innocent guy that they try to indoctrinate that but fail to, and that's me. Either way, so I personally are very open-minded persons, so I listen to all their kind of, like, bro story, okay? I know how they fucking behaved. I know how they fucking behaved. I know what he's thinking. I know how he do it. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I see through that fuckers, okay? miles away. Yeah, this is why, like, girls, like, not just girls, like, anyone in the internet, okay? You never know a liar when the lie is exposed, okay? You would never know. Either way, hello there. My name is Kirvaku and I'm your host and your voice with the voice, yes. And I have no idea what I'm doing, and today I'm still doing a lot of drawing. I'm gonna finish this one. I already finished girls. I haven't finished a dude yet. There's still lots of line art I have to reinforce a little bit. And after that I'll finish the rendering. But while at it, I'm watching this like doing like some sort of like unique react show, I guess. It's like watching like something else while working. This is like the Mujin talking about the sexual predators of Saikuno Act, you know? And this is like the almost the end of the part. Like, he got caught and got confronted and used the usual like bro tactic of I am sad. Sorry that happens, but there's circumstances. I'm depressed about it too. The other stuff. He lost that card. He actually lost that card. That's the thing, is like he is doing this to multiple chicks while like playing the card that I have a depressed girlfriend. I cannot break up with her. While in the same time being a gosh dang player. Yeah. Too bad though, like, here's the thing. I won't say my predictions, because I lived long enough to see this kind of situations. He will still be, you know, what most people would, most girls would say, like, quote unquote, desirable. Like, the girls that don't give a shit about that fact, they would just say, like, oh, he's a player. Now I have a chance to get into him, get into his pants. And then for the guy side, there were definitely guys that like don't like him. But there will also be guys, like a bunch of like bro, just say, hey, you know, a bunch of girls, good for you. Like those kind of things. Nah, I'm not doing animations. It's just that my art style itself like looks like animations. Yeah, basically like the Saikuno stuff, we just probably just like carry on, sadly. That is just how it's going to be. No matter how bad like shit is going on. Famous people, heinous crime be damned. But either way. Yeah, things it is what it is, I guess. More or less, to continue answering on the other questions. No, I'm not doing animation. It's an illustration. Someone paid me to make illustrations for them. It's like showing their teeth, their sharp teeth. Like one is a taco. I still haven't finished like the line art cleaning. Currently, right now, I'm still doing like a lot of line art reinforcing on the muscle and the facial kind of stuff. And I also need to like spike up the hair, like the detail stuff a little bit more and stuff. Confess what? I'm not Saikuno. Like that's the thing. Like one of the things like I would want to say like at the very beginning of watching the Saikuno clip thing, not clip thing, like drama stuff. This kind of voice is actively, if you really want to use it, is something that we actively put in effort to sound like. This is literally how he sounds like. Like you're trying to like talk to a kid, like everyone have that voice, like kid talk voice, you know? Like, hi there, just to sound like less menacing, like those kind of things. Like, guys have this like secondary voice, like two different secondary voice. Well, it's what some of the bro guy would say, the wet voice, okay? It's basically just this kind of soft-spoken voice, sometimes like works for girls, sometimes not works for girls, like really depends. Or you have to go for a little bit deeper voice. Oh, well, actually, this is just like how I normally sounds like. I heighten my pitch just to, you know, match up my VTubers, but still, again, there's like the what we call like the deep voice, like the one or like the soft voice for that. It's technically still at the end called a wet voice. You know, you just do it at someone's ears, and then that would like melt someone. Again, like this guy is actively doing that shit like 24/7. Like you have to put on an effort to put on a freaking mask that if a guy see it, the guy knows it. Yeah. It's like, I seen this shit a long time ago. Far away. This is why I don't really like watch his content and stuff. Like it doesn't match me, and also like I felt weird watching him. It feels like, you know, when a guy is wearing a mask, it's like you definitely know like that guy's pretending also wearing a mask, and most of the case very pretentious. Behind the scene and stuff, like you can watch like Mr. Beast, like he does all his stuff. Like you know behind the scene he may or may not be a dick to a lot of people. That's the thing. It's like yeah. That's it's complicated. It's gonna say. When it comes to saying, even like when it comes to relationship, it can be very complicated stuff too. It's like, this is why I say like if the guy like first time cheating, I can say like maybe there's like some really really complicated like circumstances to turn them like that, to end up like that. But for that guy, he lost that card a long time ago, and he still continue doing it. Means like that is not like a thing that he intended to do in the first place, man. You have the urge to turn people into a Bowser. Fart gift? Fan gift of a fart gift, I have no idea. That is a very odd thing, but you can do it for Chibi-Doki, I guess. Chibi-Doki is like she has a weird obsession with Bowser, so yeah. Yeah, you can do it for Chibi-Doki. Go and find the VTubers. You'll understand why. By the way, let's continue watch this drama build up. You know, this guy is like trying to scramble and find his way to say the most sober story in the world that nobody. Most of the case, he lost all the privilege of using it a long time ago.
So you think and you might be right.
Yeah. Like if it is money that she doesn't have, or if it's a job, or if it's family, or blah 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 blah.
Gave her a lot.
Yeah, well there exactly. Just help her back on her feet until she can support herself, and then just leave the girl alone. Because she deserves better than that. Because you cannot sit there and be like, I love her, but do all of this shit to her and continue to let her stay in that situation.
Well, one part of that wasn't true.
What?
I think the feelings faded.
Well, then you should just let her go. Instead of just sitting her there, wasting her time.
Okay, well, anyway.
And also, why'd you get on a call with me when right now she's upset? I know she lives with you.
I already talked to her.
Yeah, you should be there to.
I told her I'm going to talk to you first.
You should be there to comfort her. She's the one that you cheated on.
No, I'm going to be doing that. I just wanted to settle this first.
This is not settled.
This is what we call damage control.
Like, genuinely beyond upset with you.
I mean, that's fine. By settled, I mean, like,
This guy wanted to play
it.
U-turn.
Like,
what's it?
probably never talking again.
You and me?
Yes.
See? A U-turn!
What? Why?
Basically, try to back
that-
charge it. Can we
why?
can we still have a chance?
What is why? I'm still upset with you, but
Eyebrow
you
wiggle?
didn't cheat on me. You can still talk to me and be like make up for your actions. Don't get me wrong, because I always am there for
No,
second chances.
no, girl.
But
Do
I
not
never
even
will forgive
contact
you for
her
cheating on me.
ever again.
That's
Contact him.
that's odd.
No, you just gave him. You just gave him a
There
bridge.
are a lot of girls that are upset with
He
me,
will
by the way,
cross the fucking
'cause
bridge
Alfie's not
and
the
back
only
and
one
forth
that has
again.
hit me up.
Disrespect that bridge.
Yeah, I bet. Sounds like you've heard things.
Yeah, and you lied to me a lot about that.
Yeah,
too.
I'm watching some drama happening here. Basically, some very like cheating guys got caught and stuff. Like I'm watching them like having that like Discord like record thingy, like about like their confrontations. The guys just go for whimpering. the broke out like 101 like tactic. Be a puppy when you got confronted on cheating on multiple girls in the same time. You know, like usually people in bro talk like that. This is like the more or less like the most like fucked up tactic they can kind of like have it, because like it's kind of like making the girls like somehow open up the fucking bridge for them. That's like still a chance, yeah, to continue that like being player kind of like door. They know how to like leave that fucking door, but like that's the thing.
A lot. Because how big was the roster again?
I don't think I ever had one of those.
I mean, maybe not at the same time, but you sure do hop around.
Suppose so.
Yeah. All I care about right now is that he's okay. Keep me updated on that.
I don't know if that's a possibility.
You can keep me updated on how she's doing. You can keep me updated on when she moves out, because I don't think she should be living with you anymore.
I don't think you need me to do that.
I mean, yeah, I care about her. Like,
Yeah, she can do that.
true. I'll just reach out to her then. But, yeah, no, just... Like... You go talk to her. She needs you right now.
Yeah, okay. Oh, bye.
Bye, Thomas.
Shortly after the call, the last thing Mal would ever say to Saikuno would be, "I'm beyond disappointed in you." So look, according to Mal, there are countless other victims. It is completely up to them on whether they want to come out with their side of the story or not. For now though, we can confirm at least 2 different people that were completely misled by him as he cheated on his girlfriend so comfortably. In those 2 instances, we can see him also using the same playbook, the same tactics, sending them money, making them feel special, following their personal
Yeah, again, like this is like the classic like Playboy playbook.
Instagram, wanting to meet ASAP, to hook up, everything. And I think one thing that personally struck me was how only 30 minutes after his girlfriend found out about...
Oh, no. This is like a video. It's like a documentary, like drama dropped thing stuff. Like not actually drama drop. It's like call out people kind of post kind of like stuff there. Yeah, Mugen tends to like do a lot of like video like this kind of things. And we can watch a few more other things like similar to like Mugen video stuff. Since I do have to finish this thing, so I still have to watch like a few things, work on it. This is like his latest video. I'm those kind of guy who interesting on those kind of stuff. It broadened your horizon a lot on like scumbags. This is why most of my word of wisdoms come from. Is like, especially the part that I always would tell everyone is like, you would never know a guy is a liar until you notice when you found out he's a liar. By the time it will be already too late. This is how a lot of people got betrayed and hurt.
But is cheating and probably confronted him, he chose to run upstairs and prioritize Mal, someone he met 2 months ago, all while his girlfriend was crying downstairs, gutted,
Holy
heartbroken.
shit!
There's a
Again, like this situation he's not talking about is like after that, you know, like that voice call confrontations, okay? He immediately went for another chick. Holy shit, like I said it again. I don't stream in Twitch anymore. It's just that that site is a little bit too bullshit. I just like... Sometimes I do stream it, but it's more like necessity due to like collab. Aside from that, I don't normally stream over there. It's like an on and off thing. My main stream's still at YouTube.
probably confronted him.
But you can find like, you can see like the pin post I have there. If you want a bigger size of the screen, you can watch it me on like the horizontal side of the stream too. And you can also see my face. It's not a reward or anything. I just don't have any space to kind of like plot my freaking like fat white face in there. Vertigo is a really small space. I don't even have a place for my VTuber avatar already.
Chose to run upstairs and prioritize Mal, someone he met 2 months. See
Like,
him
again,
also using the
this
same
thing.
playbook, the same tactics, sending them money, making them feel special.
Like, this is after like he got confronted, and then like she told him to, hey, comfort that girlfriend of yours, and then like turn off the chat.
Following their
He
personal
immediately
Instagram,
go
wanting
for
to
another
meet
chicks.
ASAP, to hook
Okay?
up, everything.
Classic like Playboy 101. Don't give a fuck. Long as he's not getting called by the fucking police, that he can do whatever the fuck he wants.
I think one thing that personally struck me was how only 30 minutes after his girlfriend found out about his cheating and probably confronted him, he chose to run upstairs and prioritize Mal, someone he met 2 months ago, all while his girlfriend was crying downstairs, gutted, heartbroken. There's a reason people say with great power comes great responsibility, because once you have this power that Sykkuno possessed, you can so easily take advantage of others. So as a content creator, you have a very clear choice, and unfortunately, Sykkuno decided to be the worst person possible. I wish all the victims in this travesty the absolute best, and I also encourage them to speak out. When it rains, it pours, and right now the first drop has hit the ground. Sykkuno and anyone else who seeks to take advantage of their position need to be held accountable. And for anyone who grew up watching him during quarantine who looked up to him, I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, ruining whatever ideal image you had of him in your head. In any case, if more victims decide to speak out, then I will most likely stream
that
me
usually
reading all of
doesn't
them
mind anymore.
on my channel later on. For the time being though, please, if a larger content creator reaches out to you, even if you don't make content, please always be extremely skeptical and know that they probably don't see you as the most special person in the world. They've probably done this to many others already. Thank you so much for watching until the end. I really appreciate it. If you want a healthy alternative to an energy drink, then definitely use the code MUJIN at GamerSubs for 10% off. And if you want exclusive content like high quality art and exclusive yapping videos, then definitely check out stacked.com. It's like Patreon, but better. I love you so much. Platonically. Come on, platonically. I'm not going to be like Sykkuno, and I'll see you in the next video whenever that is. Mwah.
Thomas the Predator engine. But what did it say again? Did I just hear ideal? Yes, like here's the thing, okay? If you don't know who this guy is, the Sykkuno guy, he's the guy that decided to keep using this kind of voice to talk to people as his main content. And because of his look and his voice, very anime-ish voice, in some fact, and yeah, he got a lot of like girls smitten by his voice. Obviously, I can't do that shit. Like again, like I open up the very beginning of the context for you to understand why this guy is like why so many girls smitten by him. Okay.
My girlfriend of 4 years has recently become obsessed with a male streamer and I feel really uncomfortable about it. This was a post made on the subreddit r/relationship advice around the end of 2020. What was particularly shocking here is that barely just a few days after making that initial post, he'd end up breaking up with his girlfriend. Her obsession with that streamer was that irrational. And during that time, she wasn't the only one who might have felt this way. That's because the male streamer in question here was none other than Saikuno, a name and face that had become a core memory of the COVID-19 pandemic, more specifically when everyone was locked up in their homes. In the span of less than a year, he would go from having 1,000 average viewers on Twitch to 50,000, even having a stream where he peaked at over 100,000 concurrent viewers. What he'd be most known for was his gameplay of Among Us with his friends,
even my
who
peak
happened
is
to
just
be
like 26k, and that was like 10 years ago.
very big content creators as well. Not only would he get tens of thousands of concurrent viewers on Twitch, but he would get millions upon millions of views on his YouTube channel as well. And while his rise to fame is definitely incredibly impressive, what was truly unparalleled here is his extremely high ratio of female viewers, confirmed to having been higher than any of his other content creator friends. His handsome look, his anime sounding voice, and his witty jokes made women go rabid. In fact, there was also a joke that he would turn male fans gay. But what made him really desirable is just how socially awkward he was. He was innocent in an endearing way. He was a boy failure that needed a woman to fix him. In a nutshell, he was this picture, almost allergic to other women. He just couldn't handle anything romantic. He would get too flustered. This made many of his fans want to be the one to finally fix him. But make no mistake.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if you have that kind of image, there's no fucking way you can keep that image as natural as possible for more than 5 years. That's what I can say. Like, no people in this world can stay innocent, especially being famous in the internet, for more than 5 years without that issues. That's the thing. Yeah. I already finished watching it. But if you guys do interesting in this kind of things, you know what? I'm going to copy and paste the link for you guys to watch yourself in your own free times. Okay? I still have like one newer video I haven't like rewatched it yet. Oh, I watched like most of the video like he released. Wow, I am a fan at this point. Oh, this one I haven't finished watching it yet.
That wasn't just it.
Let's get started again, okay?
How far would you be willing to go in order to fake a life that isn't yours? In today's world, this is a question worth asking, because let's face it, there's too many people out there renting a sports car for a day, pretending that it's theirs. And God, if I see another guru on a tropical island claiming that they made it because they did a few stock trades, then I might just burst a testicle. It takes common sense to understand that these people are using credit cards. This, of course, is all done in the hopes of trying to impress others. And while yes, it is pathetic, ridiculous even, it is done on a wide scale these days. I mean, this has gotten so big that there's an entire economy built around fake influencers. People who rent out mansions, sports cars, photographers, you name it, all in the hopes of appearing to be something that they are not. However, even though we've gotten to a point where this has gotten worryingly sophisticated, with an entire economy built around it, all of this still pales in comparison to the fake life that esports athlete Nafat Warasin has lived for the last few years. An absolute rising star in one of Southeast Asia's most popular games, she managed to get signed to one of the top esports organizations of the region, which eventually led her to the highest honor imaginable, representing her country of Thailand in the 2025 Southeast Asia Games. Now, yes, admittedly, throughout all this time, she definitely had some suspicious behavior. There were definitely some doubts in regards to her avoided nature, but her teammates attributed that to maybe her being awkward, to maybe being nervous. You see, no one on her top team throughout so many hours playing with her could have ever guessed that her entire esports career has been nothing but fake. And no one could have even begun to come to the conclusion that for all this time, she wasn't even the one playing. What's even worse here is that this only got exposed after she had gotten on the Thailand national team and during an extremely important game between Thailand and Vietnam, which would have led this team to the finals. Yes, she was actually caught red-handed live on stream during the semi-finals of a competition that is the equivalent of the Olympics of Southeast Asia. Guys, I can't even begin to explain to you the secondhand embarrassment. I mean, this was so humiliating. Not just for her though, not just for her teammates, but for the entire country of Thailand. And if you thought this was bad, then wait till you hear who was the person that was playing remotely for her during her entire career. We only recently got confirmation in the beginning of 2026, and it's one hell of a way to start.
Is it a person
year.
in Vietnam?
Look, when I saw this, I thought it was so ridiculous. We had to talk about it. So you already know the drill. Without further ado, let's do this. All right, so to fully grasp what's going on, we have to go all the way back to the year 2011 when Tencent would purchase Riot Games. This move was unprecedented and cost around $350 million. They were willing to make this bet because they understood how big the MOBA market was becoming. But more importantly, they were also understanding just how quickly the mobile market was becoming. Barely 2 years prior, Angry Birds had come out. And a year later, Candy Crush would come out. And these games would generate billions upon billions of dollars. Soon developers would stop looking at PC and console and just focus on mobile because it was a cash cow, an absolute money printing machine, and it changed gaming forever. By 2015, Tencent's leadership team truly wanted to work with Riot Games to make a mobile version of League of Legends. But no matter what Tencent did, no matter how many pitches they made, no matter how much revenue they started talking about, Riot Games leadership wouldn't budge. They truly believed that the experience that PC offered could never be replicated on mobile. But Tencent wasn't simply going to take no for an answer. In fact, even before asking Riot Games for their permission, they were already developing a MOBA for mobile behind the scenes and released it on that same year in November 2015, exclusively for China. And that game would be none other than Honor of Kings. 10 years later, Honor of Kings is still the highest grossing mobile game of all time, beating Candy Crush, PUBG, Clash of Clans, you name it, making a whopping $18.6 billion. The game would prove to be so successful that Tencent would release a non-Chinese version for the rest of the world. It would be called Arena of Valor, and it would be published by G Arena. Now, this game wouldn't really find a lot of success in the West, but would instead find its success in Southeast Asia. It is the biggest mobile game in Thailand, for example, and so it continued to garner an obscene amount of money. Riot Games, on the other hand, would finally release a mobile version of League of Legends called League of Legends Wild Rift in 2020, 5 years after Honor of Kings had released exclusively in China. In 5 years, they made $1 billion in gross revenue and aren't even in the top 50 highest grossing mobile games of all time. So if you ever needed proof that the people running Riot Games have maybe like barely 2 brain cells, this is it. And the reason why I told you all this is because this incident involves Arena of Valor. You see, esports tournaments in Southeast Asia always have a form of mobile games, whether it be PUBG or Arena of Valor, and they're taken very seriously. This is where the Southeast Asian Games come in. It's seen as this region's Olympics, and it happens once every 2 years. It features a wide array of different sports, and of course, one of these categories involves esports, more specifically, Arena of Valor. Now look, as I mentioned in the intro already, when it comes to Arena of Valor, Tokyo Girl was a rising star. So much so that Talon Esports, a recognizable name in the Southeast Asian scene, decided to sign her on their team. And I mean, by this point, one could argue she made it, right? What better indicator of success do you need in esports than getting signed on to a team? But to Tokyo Girl, this was still the beginning of her journey, because with that same team, she would go on to compete in the Thailand Women's National Qualifier for Arena of Valor. And guess what? Her role here would be substitute. But she was so damn good that by the end, not only did they win the entire national qualifier, but she went from substitute to carry, one of the most important roles in the game. And yes, by the way, they won, which meant that they qualified to represent their country of Thailand in the Southeast Asia Games. That's what the qualifier was for. Team Talon was going to have the incredible honor of representing their country, and Tokyo Girl was right there as the team's carry. Not only that though, she was seen as the rising star of the women's Arena Valor esports scene and was being given nicknames like Beautiful Girl or whatever because she was both beautiful and incredibly skilled at the game. I mean, by this point, we could say that she truly, really made it, right? But in reality, this is where things were about to get very real, because she and her team had immense pressure on their shoulders. You see, Thailand has the most gold, silver, and bronze medals in this competition's history. So they had high expectations to keep up the status quo. I should point out that this ranking isn't the most fair thing, because not all the countries on this list were members on day one. In fact, Vietnam, for example, started off as South Vietnam. But you get the point, okay? Thailand is well known to have the most medals in this competition.
Ha! We are not as laughingstock as most people think we are.
It's history. But that wasn't just it.
Wait, where's Singapore? Oh, Singapore 6! Yeah! We win!
History. So they had high expectations to keep up the status quo. I should point out that this ranking isn't the most fair thing, because not all the countries on this list were members on day one. In fact, Vietnam, for example, started off as South Vietnam. But you get the point, okay? Thailand is well known to have the most medals in this competition's history. But that wasn't just it. The members of the Southeast Asian Games take turns hosting the games on their territory. And in 2025, the year her and her team were going to compete, Thailand was going to be the host. They were representing their own country on their own soil. The pressure couldn't have been higher. And so on December 15th, it began. The Southeast Asian Games 33 Group Stage Women Arena of Valor Tournament. 4 countries participated: Vietnam, Thailand, Laos, and Timor-Leste. Based on the qualifiers, Thailand was on track to make it to the finals. All they had to do was win against Vietnam. This was their first game in this tournament. So Thailand's team's only goal here was to just defeat Vietnam so they can make it to the finals and guarantee second place. If they would win the next match, they would guarantee a gold medal. They were in a very good position here, and they were so close to getting a minimum of top 2. But of course, seeing that they're on their home soil and they're representing their country, they were going for the gold medal. However, with some of the complications that occurred, I'm sure that some of the team members would have just rather gotten a bronze medal, in fact, no medal, rather than have to go through the embarrassment of having Tokyo Girl on their team. Alright, so here's the deal. Tokyo Girl's suspicious behavior would begin even before the game started. You see, as part of the tournament, they're all given a game phone. They can't use their own phone to compete, obviously. When Tokyo Girl would receive her phone, she'd ask, "Can I take the phone with me so I can set it up with my own settings?" She was told, of course not, that's against the rules. But that would only be the beginning of her suspicious activity. She'd be acting weird even on the live stream, trying to hide her phone from the camera in front of her, making it seem like there's something on there that would get her in trouble somehow. And then eventually...
Obviously, you want to burst in fire? Like, if our environment is pure oxygens, you cannot go into your gosh dang kitchen, you know? One spark would blow up the gosh dang earth. You have to study Chinese a little bit more. Don't worry, there's an engineer here that can answer most of your query. Unless it's stupid, gosh dang stupid. It might be. I would just answer you in a very sarcastic way. You know what? Funny thing is, like, if you like how internet like lapping with a lot of stuff lately. Like, I do want to say it, like they kind of lap it in the most stupidest way. If you want to like start an argument or like any like conversation with anyone, like here's the thing: how they mostly do like the way they kind of have all this kind of conversation is like you talk about one thing and then they somehow link A B C D E F G and then lap around that instead of like talking about the actual topic. It's generally it's like, hey, you know, like Earth's atmosphere, this and that, yeah, this stuff, and then they will be like, hey, do you know? Funny thing is, like, we all breathe oxygen, yes, and then anyone that breathes oxygen dies. So is oxygen poisoning us or actually helping us? It's I'm not even kidding. Generally, most of the conversation when it comes to internet, it sounds like that. I find it so fucking hilarious. How dumb people can be sometimes, and then they can lead on conversation with that while you kind of like want to talk about something important, and that completely deviate from the topic.
Live on stream, the Thai coach trying to hide her phone from the camera in front of her, making it seem like there's something on there that would get her in trouble somehow. And then eventually, live on stream, the Thai coach would catch something weird happening on her screen, and this is when the game would be paused. People initially were confused as to why the pause was happening. Some of her teammates had no idea what was going on, but the stream kept running, and she was being confronted by staff. They noticed that the movements she was making on her phone weren't matching the in-game movements. And what's worse is that the game would continue after this, and her performance would become severely worse. It seemed like after being caught, a switch had flipped. And as the second game was starting, her performance became abysmal, barely able to get a single kill. But at the time, fans weren't even concerned with any of this. They were concerned with the fact that she was acting weird after being caught, making a middle finger gesture to the camera. This is of course seen as very unprofessional and not fit for an athlete. But I guess this was just her way of coping with the idea that she was caught. So as I mentioned, after she was caught, the games kept going on. Tokyo Girl's performance would be abysmal, some of the worst games she's ever played in her career, and Thailand would end up losing to Vietnam 0-3. It was a very embarrassing defeat, but what was more embarrassing are the extremely quick and ruthless consequences that came her way on the same day. Very shortly after Thailand's crushing defeat to Vietnam, the Thailand National Olympic Committee would post this letter on their socials, saying, "Decision on personal penalty for a Thai athlete of the Thailand Arena of Valor women's team, esports event at the 33rd SEA Games Thailand 2025. To whom it may concern, this is to inform you of the decision made during the Arena of Valor women's team match between Team Thailand and Team Vietnam in the winners final of the esports competition at the 33rd Southeast Asian Games on December 15th, 2025. A Thai athlete, Warasin Nafat, committed an offense under item 943 of the Esports Technical Handbook by using unauthorized third-party software or hardware modification during Game 1 of the match. After further investigation, conclusive evidence was found, which led to the imposition of a personal penalty resulting in her expulsion."
Well, cheating would be an understatement at that point. At least cheating software, you're kind of like still playing the game, right? But she's using TeamViewer and someone else playing for her. In a fucking tournament with like camera like pointed at the hashtag like phone. Yes, TeamViewer. It's basically, if you don't understand what TeamViewer is, it's like Zoom call with a screen share. And someone is controlling the mouse. At least cheating, you're still actively playing the game, but in a very underhand way.
From the entirety of the esports competition at the 33rd Southeast Asian Games. The decision is final. The above is for your information and understanding. Thank you and best regards. Signed, the Esports Technical Delegate of the 33rd Southeast Asian Games. So hey, that investigation didn't take long at all. And this letter would serve to be the beginning of a tsunami for Tokyo Girl's entire career. But before we get to that, let's take a step back. What the hell did they mean when they said using unauthorized third-party software or hardware modification? What exactly did she do? How could you even cheat in a MOBA game? Well, that wasn't clear. The Thailand National Olympic Committee didn't give any specifics, so you had many people theorize, and even news publications theorize, that what she was using was TeamViewer, a program that allows you to remotely control a user's device. But you see, anyone who's used TeamViewer before can attest to the fact that it's laggy as fuck. The latency would not allow you to compete in a high-level esports tournament, especially in a MOBA. It requires split-second decisions. Additionally, many people were wondering how we could even start talking about remote interference when this was a tournament. Aren't tournaments like this usually held?
You have to understand, like, how skillful that guy is playing for her. It's like, you play like 500 ping, and then you still nail the entire game as a carry. I played MOBA before, but that was like a long time ago. That was like 14 years ago. Okay, I was a League players, ancient League players. When I say ancient League player, I mean like back then before like the rune system got revamped. You still need to grind and farm the rune from your level. That ancient.
Held on a local network? Well, it turned out that no, actually. Not in the case of the women's tournament. The women's tournament for Arena of Valor was on an online private server. So things were starting to get very interesting, to say the least, but no proper conclusions were reached just yet as to how she cheated. In the meantime, though, the tsunami on her career would continue, and Talon would very quickly release a statement saying she is out of our organization effective immediately. Additionally, she'll be repaying around 9 months of her training costs for the entire duration of when she was under our organization. Now, they didn't specify a number, but around 9 months of training expenses? Yeah, that's not a small amount of money, I'm sure. As far as I'm aware, this also included prize money. And of course, seeing all this happen, G Arena wasted no time whatsoever and also put out a statement on their Facebook page. In it, they would of course express outrage and announce that they were banning Tokyo Girl from participating in anything related to Arena of Valor indefinitely, forever. But of course, this tsunami ending her career didn't just involve companies. It also involved her heartbroken teammates, like for example, Give Me a Kiss, the captain for the Talon team, and by that same token, the captain for the Thailand national team. On December 15th, she'd post, "I was heartbroken when I found out, but I'll do my best." Her heartbreak is of course in reference to her teammate cheating, but her saying that she'll do her best was in reference to the game they've still yet to play in the lower bracket final. You see, shortly after the game with Vietnam, Tokyo Girl would get benched. The Thailand national team would then bring in the substitute to play against Laos because they had won against Timor-Leste and therefore qualified to play Thailand in the lower bracket final. The winner of the lower bracket final would face off against Vietnam in the real finals for the gold medal. Thailand would actually end up winning against Laos, qualifying them for the finals against Vietnam. This game against Laos would happen on the next day in the early morning of the 16th. However, barely a few hours later, Santi Lothong, who is the president of the Thai Esport Federation, would go live on his personal Facebook page. This is when he would confirm, while breaking down in tears, that the Thailand national team for Arena of Valor would be withdrawing from the competition entirely.
Yeah, they are so fucking ashamed that they have like a blatant cheater, and it's a bad one too, like in the team. They literally forfeit the entire thing.
Even though they had made it to the finals against Vietnam. This meant that Laos would take their place, and this meant that Thailand was withdrawing with 0 medals in the women's tournament for Arena of Valor. He'd then speak to a newspaper on that matter and say, "I, Santi Lothong, as president of the Thai Esports Federation and president of the Asian Esports Federation, hereby announce that Thailand will withdraw its Arena of Valor women's team from the 33rd SCA Games hosted by Thailand. We respect all regulations, we respect friendships, and we respect the spirit of sportsmanship. What happened went beyond our scope of responsibility, as this is a serious matter. As the host nation, we cannot allow the tournament to continue under such circumstances. We understand that the Thai and Laotian teams still competed this morning. Thank you, Chairman Chan, for not filing a complaint against Thailand or withdrawing from the tournament this morning. That is the spirit of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. Thank you to the Laotian athletes for taking to the field and showing respect for Thailand. As the president of the association, I would like to send my encouragement to the remaining athletes who are still competing. I understand that you have all tried your best. Last night I spoke with Coach Poom. This is truly a very difficult situation, with Thailand being the host country and me as the president of the Asian Federation, who is absolutely responsible for overseeing this tournament. After that, I will speak individually with the athletes in my capacity as the esports manager of Thailand. So as you can see, this was a very big deal. It was very embarrassing, heartbreaking, and humiliating to anyone that had anything to do with Thailand. After the announcement of them officially withdrawing from the competition, Give Me a Kiss would post another Facebook post that was met with a ton of support, saying, "I'm speechless with sadness. We've all worked so hard for this, towards our shared dream and goal. Last night we continued practicing with the remaining lineup until very late. My heart is completely shattered. Finally, I want to apologize to everyone." You see, this wasn't just about the teammates of Tokyo Girl or the organizers. This stretched way beyond to any Thai athlete. In parallel, for example, the men's division of Arena of Valor had won second place, but now even that was being put into question. Did they cheat? Did they do this legit? They had essentially faced additional scrutiny just because of that incident and made it seem like they faked their win. All Thai athletes were beginning to suffer from this. So seeing that this incident had escaped containment like radiation had escaped Chernobyl, and the consequences were spreading shockwaves across the entirety of Thailand as a country and its integrity and its pride, what did Tokyo Girl have to say about it? Did she apologize? Did she make amends? Did she try to make it right? Nope. Because why would she? Instead, she'd be hospitalized immediately after, and the only public statement she'd make would be a reply to a Facebook post criticizing her. Here's what she'd have to say. "Let me answer. If I had cheated, I would have won a long time ago. To be honest, how could I have cheated? I was playing by myself, but because of the stress and pressure of the game, I panicked. At that time, no one around me knew what was happening, so I was taken to the hospital. I've only just been able to use my phone, and my hand is still plugged into an IV drip. So I'm completely unable to share or clarify anything about the fraud. You don't know what I've been through, and yet you're saying that? Anyone in that situation wouldn't know how to react either. As for the middle finger incident, I was just joking with the person sitting next to me. When I turned around, the camera was pointed at someone else's face. I was just teasing my friends because I was so stressed at the time. I was so panicked that I fainted, which is why I had to be
Now you just learned that. You should study a little bit more. Also, like actually before uranium become a thing, uranium is like an easier way to create like nuclear fusion back in the days. But actually, like after like before like uranium like become popularized for like nuclear power plant, there's another like isotope like unstable isotope like source that is way more stable than uranium. And basically, like the byproduct it created is also not as radioactive as like like the uranium stuff. They abandoned the idea of using that particular source. It's called thorium. Or thorium something numbers. It's like an unstable atom of like thorium. And it is way more efficient, way more clean, and less radiations. And also way more stable. And it doesn't blow up in case in failure happen. Or like super radiation leak. Because it's easier to control. Either way, like that thing that people like kind of like already invented around the time like when nuclear power plant can become a thing, but they sort of like roll back not using thorium as a power source is because they already have uranium reactors around that time. So they'd be like, we already have that thing built up. It's not like we are going to spend more money again to take that thing apart and then rebuild another like thorium like reactors. So end up everyone nowadays using uranium like reactor because of it too. Again, thorium is actually way better than uranium, and the byproduct it created is not as toxic level of like radiation as like uranium. So it is a mystery is that why no people are still using that. That is imagine it's like, okay, this thing is okay, good, but this one is 10 times better. I mean, like literally, it's not. I'm not even kidding about that. The result of it produced is literally 10 times better than what uranium like reactor can do, and safer. But they say like we already built the very dangerous one. We don't have time to take apart the dangerous one and then rebuild everything again on the safer one. It's going to waste a lot of money. And then ta-da, now we're stuck with like uranium reactors. Even now, there's still no people want to like use the thorium reactors because like they have to do a lot of like reconstruct design, EDL stuff, architecture, engineering shit is going to happen, and then they have to like prove that it's going to be okay. Then technically they already have all the proof, but it's kind of like, you know, loose piece of proof. They have to actually build an entire power plant out and then use that one first. I used to be an engineer before become a VTuber. Medical issues, okay, medical issues. I studied engineering, I studied 3D animations, and later on I studied, technically I have to be specific what engineering. I studied mechatronic engineering and then went to like study 3D animations, and then afterward now here I am with a guy that with multiple like disabilities that kind of like attached to me. Technically it's not even disability, it's like doctors call it a pseudo disability. It's like what they're common to me is like one of the doctors. I see like multiple different doctors, and what the common like commentating on my conditions is, you're not bad enough to call a disabled, but hear me well, you're also not well enough to be able. And I was like, the fuck you talking?
Taken to the hospital. I mean, seriously, what an incredible 10 out of 10 statement. Truly redeemed herself with that one. I mean, who is this Cha-Cha-Chilla trying to gain sympathy by telling us she's in the hospital? Look, under no circumstances should someone hurt themselves over anything. But come on, you fainted because you were stressed? Of course you would be, because you were caught. And no one's going to believe that whole middle finger story. You were looking directly at the camera. And as she was trying to defend herself in this stupidly made post, more details would emerge as to how she cheated. So each player was given a phone, right? And since this wasn't played on LAN, this was played on an online private server, each player was given an account to log in with. Tokyo Girl would then take these credentials and send them to someone else so that they can log in and play for her. She would then install Discord, okay, and get into a call with the person playing for her. That person would then screen share their game. Tokyo Girl would watch the screen share and full screen it, and would then attempt to mimic their movements on her screen, faking the fact that she was the one who was playing. And get this wasn't just done for this tournament. This is what she's been doing for her entire career. Because after the first round, after she was caught and had to actually close Discord, her performance would become abysmal. So after her terrible reply, and after the reveal of what she had done to cheat, Tokyo Girl would delete her Instagram page, her Facebook page, and her TikTok, essentially wiping all traces of herself online. As people were still mind blown by how she was able to fake her entire career through using Discord, the Vietnamese newspaper VN Express would interview some players in the Arena of Valor community, including the team captain Give Me a Kiss, to try and understand Tokyo Girl's insane story a bit better. The article would say, Tokyo Girl had long been a prominent name in Thailand's Arena of Valor community. Team captain Jomkon Pumsino, known as Give Me a Kiss, said she was widely regarded as one of the country's strongest female marksmen and jungle players. Her live streams and TikTok videos regularly showcased high-level gameplay, leading to her inclusion in the national squad without a formal tryout. Head coach Jakapon Pom and several teammates said Tokyo Girl appeared to be the strongest player on the roster during preseason practice matches. However, they noted that she rarely attended in-person training sessions and mostly played with the team online. Surprise, surprise, right? Tokyo Girl's reputation was further reinforced by Chicken V, a well-known Thai Arena of Valor streamer who had previously helped introduce her to a wider audience.
Thing you can just like
played solo
go
matches against her and lost
incident.
Badly, Chicken V said. But in hindsight, there were warning signs. She always had someone beside her when playing online.
Like that thing like fraud that like make it until you believed it, you know? It's like, yeah, maybe she is just like maybe mediocre level or like enough level, but just not like super fucking strong. And then like yeah, as time, like, she can just like keep practicing. Just use it as an excuse that, yeah, it's just a new team. I'm not kind of like, adjusted to it. And then, like, as time passed, she become very good at playing this game. No, she didn't do that. This is actual fraud. Like, if it's actual fraud, you don't have the gosh dang fucking skill. Why do you decide to go to for like national, literally global national tournament? Win against actual pro. How?
Line, when I asked her to play in person, she often made excuses. Looking back at her old videos, none showed her hands or the screen, only her forehead. So you see, there were signs, but these people chose to give her the benefit of the doubt. And yet she completely used their trust and threw it in the garbage. However, one question remained. Who the hell was behind her gameplay? Who was this insane player that allowed her to fake her entire career? Well, and you won't believe this, but it just so happened that Tokyo Girl's boyfriend had been an ex-esports player for Arena of Valor. I know, absolutely crazy. No one would have guessed that. So people theorized that it was him. However, no one had any concrete proof, and no one had come out to reveal this. That would be, of course, until a couple weeks would pass by after the incident, because on January 2nd, the remote player would finally confess. To almost nobody's surprise, on January 2nd, Cheerio would come out and confess that he was the player playing remotely for Tokyo Girl. He confessed this by posting a statement on his personal TikTok account, an account that still, even after posting the confession, has a donation link in the bio. I mean, how shameless can you really be? The statement would of course be in Thai and would comprise of 2 pages. Here's what it had to say. Hello, I'm Cheerio, and I want to clarify the issues that occurred during the SEA Games 33 and other tournaments where there were suspicions of substitutions in many matches. I acknowledge that this is true as reported by the press. I've had time to reflect. I regret what I have done and I want to offer my sincere apologies to society. Okay, this is a bit roughly translated, but you'll get the point, I'm sure. I take responsibility for what happened and accept all criticism and consequences without any justification. I apologize to those affected by my selfish actions. I apologize to all Thai people for bringing shame to the country. This incident is an important lesson in my life. I will use it to reflect on myself, improve, and make amends. I promise that I will not let anyone else be harmed or let the country lose its reputation because of my actions again. Finally, I would like to apologize to everyone once again. I apologize to Mr. Santi Lotong, president of the Thai Esport Association. I apologize to the Talon women's team. I apologize to the other women's teams that lost their chance. I apologize to everyone involved in all the tournaments I participated in, and I apologize to everyone who was disappointed with the results. I decided to speak out late because the public outcry was so strong and so rapid that I wasn't prepared and didn't know how to respond. I apologize to everyone. I'm currently in a place where I'm not ready to live stream. When I get home, I will live stream to apologize and again explain what everyone wants to know. So look, already way better than the statements that Tokyo Girl made, but still a lot of questions remain unanswered. And I guess when he eventually live streams, maybe we'll get to know. And according to this article by the Vietnamese publication known as Bao Moi, Cheerio is highly regarded in the Thai esports scene. Specifically for Arena of Valor, he's seen as a very skilled player. Interestingly enough, someone of his skill and playstyle stood more to lose than Tokyo Girl by doing this. So that's one of the questions that's unanswered. Why did he do this? Purely because he was her boyfriend, or was there something else at play? Either way, in the grand scheme of things, that doesn't matter, because the Thai Esports Association immediately would announce that they're taking action not just against Tokyo Girl, but now against Cheerio after he admitted being the remote player. This is where Santi Latong would confirm that he'll be pursuing legal action against both individuals to the fullest extent, saying that Cheerio's admission will expedite the investigation process by allowing communication companies to check the IP addresses of the offenders for evidence, with authorities affirming that legal proceedings will continue until fully resolved. And by the way, just as an update, yes, they've confirmed that the IP address was different. So it doesn't take a genius to understand that this couple will be facing a lot of headaches in 2026, and the year has barely just started. But speaking of headaches, the ones who actually have to suffer through them for a long time now will be anyone, more specifically any woman looking to compete for Thailand. Or you know what? In esports in general. This is well explained by Frozen Kiss, one of the biggest Thai female content creators who also used to be an esports athlete. She'd make this post on Facebook saying, I am speechless with disappointment. Why would someone cheat to make the national team? Even in smaller tournaments, it's unacceptable. Other women's teams that are serious, dedicated to training and competing have been developing for so long. This Southeast Asia Games was watched by many, and there was a growing desire to see a proper women's tournament established, and then it all fell apart. The problem of substitutions never goes away no matter how many years pass. Honestly, I'm so ashamed that a player we used to compete with is accused of cheating at a national level. How will people view Thai female players now? Why would someone dare to ruin our country's reputation and the dedication of others? It feels so unfair. I feel so sorry for the other teams that worked so hard but lost like this. It's such a waste of opportunity. So as I mentioned before, this wasn't just about this team in particular, or Toka Girl in particular. This was about all Thai athletes. And I mean, think of how demotivating it is to be a team that had lost to Talon in the national qualifiers. Like, you lost out on the opportunity of representing your country because someone on the enemy team had their boyfriend playing for them. That's crazy. It's so unfortunate. And based on Frozen Kiss's post, she said the problem of substitutions never goes away no matter how many years pass. This means that this isn't the first time.
I guess you're also very invested into this drama at this point. Me too.
That a female athlete faked her entire career in esports. It's just that no one managed to fake it until they had reached the national team. It's only normal to be furious if you're Thai, and I mean, it's only normal to be furious if you're a woman in general, honestly. I hope that the country's reputation can recover, and I hope that better measures are taken to make sure that everyone's playing fair in the future. This was an absolutely crazy
should in the
incident,
first place. Like, I
hope
know
that this is the last time we hear of it.
I used to want to become like an esport players too, like playing like Hero of the Storm, but still, fuck Bobby Kotick, okay, fuck that guy. But either way, like personal grudge aside, like I know how difficult like being in an esport team is, and also like they have like a very difficult vetting process. Like how does she even get past it? Is her face that beautiful that enough to just like everyone believe her in the get-go's that she's supposed to be very good at playing games and just like let her pass? Like is like a super powerful honey trap or something? I don't know how she managed to get away from this so easily. Like from the entirety of the vetting process, anyone with like an esport-ish enough knowledge, they would really understand like how the fuck this thing works, and how she managed to get past all those hurdles, just become exempted from it is really bizarre. Like how it even happened. I guess this is one of the reasons why they are so ashamed of it in the first place. Like there's definitely some very wrong mismanagement happening in there to make this happen. Okay, she definitely is like use some like honeypot skill to kind of like just get past a lot of like screening and things, and then like they are also like very ashamed of it. They fall for that honeypot skill. Or they realize that they just like so desirable, like a very beautiful girls is just like in the esport team, and also apparently is also good at playing games, so they can have like a higher viewer rate. Like like esport is also like have this like struggling issues. It's like, yeah, how to attract more people to watch esport. Like having a beautiful lady in there definitely would increase a little bit. Not even a little bit. I mean like maybe a lot more than they kind of like bought for. And yeah, it's like maybe it's their greed for that particular part of things, and then they realize they did something really fucking wrong by not vetting her properly. They were just so desperate, like having like a beautiful girls like in the esport team, and forgot about the vetting process. And also shows like how neglected the female side of the esport team is. Like like everyone have like a certain playstyle, especially on esport. It's very visible. It's going to be a very visible thing, and that particular standard of like aim timing, the other stuff is like very fully well recorded, especially when the guy who is like replacing her playing it in the first place is a well-known esport player in the first place. So people can like, if you passed it to any esport guy play it, most likely case they can immediately spot like, hey, isn't this like that guy kind of like sticks when like he kind of like do that kind of like shots and stuff. I mean, it is a thing that kind of like you can notice. But the fact that they didn't is most of the cases either they put a blind eyes on it, or the girls never pay attention to the guy side of like the esport team. The guy side never pay attention to the girl side of the esport team. Is like completely segregated to a point that they can't even detect this shit.
And for you watching, yes, you take this as a lesson. You can fake being something that you're not. Hell, you can probably do it for a long time, but eventually it'll catch up to you one way or another. The best you can do for yourself is to live a life full of authenticity while also making sure that you have no regrets. Don't take out a $50,000 loan to show off to people that don't matter on Instagram, and definitely don't somehow convince your boyfriend to play for you on a pro level. I mean, what the fuck? Anyway, thank you so much for watching until the end. I really appreciate it. And don't forget to use the code Mugen on Gamersubs for 10% off. You can do this on any of their tubs, and soon they'll be releasing their own version of creatine powder. Bro, this packaging looks insane. I'll see you in the next video whenever that is. Should be soon, because I'm gonna have a big sponsor announcement in that one. Stay tuned. I love you so much.
I think I finished most of the carving thing. I did enhance the art like a lot. Like this is like what the muscle looks like did for. Muscle suit. And this is what it looks like now. Yeah, add a lot more detail into things. Yeah, silence is deafening. Just a little bit. I need to do the drawing a little bit. Focus a little bit, and then I'll play another video while I'm drawing. Let's watch a little bit of a Dozy. Oh, wait. Twitch recently did like a fucked up. Like, I see this, I want to like show it too. Like, Twitch recently did like a fucked up, like promote like this particular like content creators, where it constantly trying her best smear the shit out of any VTuber as much as possible without any proof, and sometimes she even made up proof. And again, like this is like a really like batshit crazy ladies, and Twitch recently literally put her up on a pedestal and feature her as some sort of like workshop guru that teach people how to make content. Let's watch this one.
How do you differentiate yourself from 8 billion other people? Exclusivity. Whether it be an exclusive car or a collector's item, people have always sought a way to be special compared to others. The same can be said about exclusive information. It's a way to stand out compared to everyone else and maybe even profit greatly from it. That's exactly what Cat in Chat, otherwise known as Catliente, thought would happen with her. Because when an artist reached out to her claiming to have been mistreated by one of the most beloved VTubers in the space, she probably thought of views, subscribers, and a whole lot of money. What she got instead, though, was her worst nightmare, with the entire situation blowing up on her face while simultaneously reigniting a major drama from the past in which she tried to clickbait another VTuber's cancer. And when she tried to respond, she ended up doxing her by mistake. Bro, this is a disaster. So, to say that this situation is wild is an understatement, but it's also very confusing.
Alright, if you want to leave before that, I do want to share this video for you. So kind of like copy and paste that. I hope. Just copy this link and then like in your free time you can watch it while like charging a phone or something like that. I don't know. This is a very good watch.
With a lot of information stretching back many months. So of course, as always, I figured that we have to talk about it and make it clear. So,
well, since they are going to off, like, maybe I can watch something else too. Like, let's take a look. Anything at Tozy that I can like sort of like watch. Hey, why there's no Tozy stuff here? You know what? We just watched like Sakuno stuff. Let's watch WestJet talk about it.
No, our
massive day for the
massive day
unemployed.
for the unemployed. The Saikudo files just dropped and it's insane. Big Google Docky. Don't know who Saikudo is? He's one of the Chinese streamers who would play Among Us with Pokimane during the pandemic.
That's crass.
In this video, we'll be looking at the Google Docky, the video that Mujin made in collaboration with the victims, as well as some responses from other streamers, so stay tuned.
I just thought, yo, he's kind of the GOAT.
Because it's about to get disappointing. On Valentine's Day of this year, I was followed on Twitter by Saikudo. I thought it was amazing that such a big content creator even knew I existed, let alone followed me on social media. He had been my role model and someone I looked up to for a long time ever since my days in high school. I love the way this Chinese guy lied to all these women and gaslit them in Among Us. No wonder he was so good at Among Us. He was an imposter. Saikuno is not the kind, soft-spoken character you see on stream. He is a serial cheater, liar, and manipulator who uses his status to get what he wants from as many women as possible. More specifically, the ones who are smaller up or up-and-coming content creators, knowing he can take advantage of them. Below, you will find evidence that will expose his calculated pattern of love bombing and manipulation, as well as a recording of a voice call where he explicitly admits to all the wrongdoings and everything. This dude is 34 years old. How is he still an e-boy, bro?
But what made him really desirable is just how socially awkward he was. He was innocent in an endearing way. He was a boy failure that needed a woman to fix him. In a nutshell, he was this picture, almost allergic to other women. He just couldn't handle anything romantic. He would get too flustered.
Never trust a dude that covers their mouth when they laugh. Our first conversation. After Valentine's Day, I was so excited about him following me that I told a friend who then urged me to strike up a conversation. I finally worked up the courage to send him a DM and he replied right away. Are you still looking for a Valentine's date, perhaps? Sabrina Carpet Bomb? What? You can't just open up with something like that. And besides, Valentine's Day is almost over where I'm from already. I mean, we can always do a Valentine's Day do-over, you know? And then this 34-year-old man invited me to play games with him. In the first conversation, he brought up what kind of games he liked to play and invited me to play with him after a convention. Oh, do you want to play Eureka Legends? You know, so far it doesn't look bad. He says he can heal her with a healing kit and asks her what games she plays. I play it, but I'm pretty bad. Can you carry me, lol? I play Overwatch a little, but I'm most useful on Torb, hiding behind a turret, but they nerfed that apparently. Asking a girl to carry you in-game is crazy work, but let's move on. After some more boring conversations about gaming, they moved on. Interest in where I live. For context, this is still the same day as the first conversation. Oh my, that's crazy. Only moved to Discord at a few hours apart since I'm EU time zone and he's US time zone. Things started out innocently enough with him inquiring about fun things to do where I live, such as aquariums and conventions. TwitchCon EU specifically. I'd like to point out that I said we could go on a date and make up for Valentine's. He not once expressed to me any discomfort or that he wasn't single. You wouldn't get it. Saikudo's married to the game. So then he did the unforgivable thing of following her private Instagram. I also learned that there is a 15-year age gap between us. Yo, is this person because, bruh, you DM'd him first? I don't know. The math ain't mathin' for this one. Making plans to move in together. With Saikuno, our relationship moved so incredibly fast it almost felt like a dream. It was like he could make anything I wanted happen, and as someone as prolific and successful as him, I had no reason to doubt anything he said to me. Girl, what? He's the Among Us guy. You can't be trusted. Even if he's joking. 2 days of knowing someone talking about getting a cat together? Crazy work. We had known each other barely for a few days, and this 34-year-old man was already expressing interest in moving in together to live in the same house. For how you get a DM him first and then age shame him. Put some respect on his name. He used a VTuber when talking to Bernie Sanders, and yes, that's true. In this screenshot, Saikuno said he's only ever had one relationship in his entire life. I would eventually found out that was a lie, and he's been dating and living in the same house as his girlfriend for years, and I was not the only girl on the internet that he spoke to on a daily basis. Why are you shocked? This dude is 34. He saw the towers fall and he was old enough to cry. I've only actually dated someone once and they broke up with me, so yeah, I think I'm just not very good, so it's probably just a me issue. We texted every single day, and these interactions would be charged with flirting and suggestive topics. I would send him suggestive pictures and audios, and he would confirm that he had himself to them. Additionally, he'd always act flustered and inexperienced, keeping up the illusion on his stream innocent persona. Oh, that's a nice backside you got that yet while he's covering his mouth or something. On top of texting, we also called almost every day, even after he'd streamed for 8 hours. I now realize he was quiet because his girlfriend lived with him and he didn't want her to hear. Hey, don't let your girlfriend stop you from finding your wife.
Because in reality, behind this mirage, this illusion, there was a master manipulator, a serial cheater, and a predator.
Okay, predator is a pretty big word. What did he do? Did he do a jungle clear and forget the scuttle crab? That's punishable by death in China, by the way.
What he would somehow forget to tell them, though, is that he had been in a monogamous relationship since 2021. But you don't have to take my word for it, because he admits to everything in a recorded voice call with the victim herself.
Patience, guys. We'll get to the call. Christ, I know you guys don't need that much stimulation. Come on. Whoa, he sent her $81 to buy her the new Resident Evil game. Now they're talking about working out together and going on gym dates. And yeah, like fun helping each other out during workouts.
A predator.
Okay, this one's absolutely crazy work. I haven't dated much, so you have me now. My XP bar is low. Bro, that's some crazy work, and people were kind of clouding this. Bruh, he cheated for Are you serious? Oh no, even in the call, this dude is still doing the voice. Holy Riz of the century. That was low-key hard as hell. You know, I kind of wondered if you've ever yourself while watching what I send you. What?
But why? Why would you do that? Why would you do any of that?
Bro said maybe. I want a yes or a no. Yes, of course I have. How could I not? Sugar daddy. Less than a month later, Saikuno would randomly ask for my PayPal account in DMs, then he'd waste no time in sending me money unprompted, something that I'd later realize was simply a behavioral pattern that he'd employ with women he'd express interest in. I want to reiterate, I have never asked him for his money, and he did this on his own volition. He bought me both a gym jacket, linked below, Resident Evil 9, because I expressed interest in the game. Hate to be that guy, but you could have returned the money if you didn't want it, so why is this even a point? Oh, here comes trouble, make it double. A calculated pattern of love bombing and manipulation. After speaking to Elfileia a couple days ago, we were both able to corroborate our experiences with Saikuno and learned that we were both victims of his. Okay, the biggest crime I see is the hotmail. Saikuno is known to send hundreds of dollars to the girls he wants to get involved with. This screenshot is from when he took my friend Elfileia to Paris during the 2025 TFT tournament, along with sending her 500 euros to help her move into a new apartment. Unk is down bad, paying for Based on the messages, they seem pretty happy to take money from him and like go on trips and stuff.
At 100,000 viewers in one stream, he was gaining 500,000 followers every single month.
And he couldn't even drop a band on the hose.
That Saikuno had the highest female demographic fan base compared to any other streamer, her included.
He's basically a performative male phenotype, and all these women fell for it.
It would also allow him to be one of the only male streamers to constantly be able to hang out with a majoritarily female friend group without him or them getting in trouble with their fan bases due to jealousy.
Girls would straight up ask him, why are you single? And he's like, I play too many video games. I had to play Jack's top lane. Wait, not that kind of predator. For legal reasons, that's a joke. As Elfileia spoke with Saikuno, she'd tell him about rumors that she heard from someone else about how Saikuno had a roster of readily available women and how they all coincidentally were smaller content creators who wouldn't dare touch him if something went wrong. What are they scared of? Is he gonna ban them from the Among Us tournament? Ooh, Saikuno's girlfriend. The coincidence would lead me to finding out the truth about Saikuno happened last week. A popular male VTuber tried to slide in my DMs to presumably get in my pants, and when I rejected him, he immediately started to mention nasty rumors about Bao. Bao. Out of concerns for her, I reached out to a mod who then connected me with Bao. The three of us struck up a conversation. When I mentioned I was nervous about a date I was going on, they asked me who it was. When I said my date was Saikuno, they immediately told me not to go on the date for my own personal safety.
Safety is number one priority.
So this is Saikuno's girlfriend. I've lived with him for over 2 years. We have been together since 21. Everything he's planning with you are things we planned together and talk about and have done. I'm sorry. What many of these women didn't know is that he'd always lie about the fact that he's single, that behind the scenes he had a neglected and depressed girlfriend that he'd been with since 2021 and who has lived with him since 2024 in the same house. I mean, he's kind of a dickhead. Cheating is cringe, but like, predator might be a stretch. Master manipulator and dangerous predator. Looks inside. My face went PNG. And then the girl who exposed him dropped the I am beyond disappointed in you.
My disappointment is immeasurable. And my day is ruined.
Oh, and the call. Holy 17-minute call. Jesus.
That's it. Like,
What's it?
probably never talking again.
You and me?
Yes.
What? Why?
Is that not why?
What is why? I'm still upset with you, but you didn't cheat on me. You can still talk to me and be, like, make up for your actions. Don't get me wrong, because I always am there for second chances. But I never will forgive you for cheating on her. That's...
I'm just as confused as all of you. He's saying they don't want to talk anymore, and she's like, nah, you can still talk to me, but I don't forgive you.
You're telling me how you wanted me to come visit you in Vegas, and how you wanted to go on a date, and how you were serious about me, and how you really meant, and how you wanted to go get a cat together.
Yes.
Yeah. Why? Why didn't you just break off the relationship then?
Because a combination of remembering how it was, some part of me hoping it would go back to that, and...
Well, obviously it's not gonna go back to that if you're actively cheating on her.
Not defending Saikuno, but this person sounds stuck up as hell.
It's only gonna get worse. I think that's really on you, bud. And I know you're smarter than that.
I'm not.
I mean, for fuck's sake, you're a 34-year-old man. Yes, you are. Stop acting like you're a child.
His age isn't some kind of mystery. You chose to DM this 47-year-old man.
You knew damn well in the back of your head that wasn't gonna end up well.
Yeah.
I also find it funny how these random e-girls came out with this and not, you know, the girlfriend who he cheated on. Saikuno's friends are all coming out saying it's disappointing, which, to be fair, it is. Cheating is cringe. You're the lowest of the low if you do it.
It's really not. Cheating is just bad. She hasn't done anything to ask for it to be cheated on. It's pretty cut and dry. You can still talk to me and be, like, make up for your actions. Exactly. So there's still no excuse for you to cheat on her.
Yeah, not gonna lie, I'm just as confused as all of you. But you can still talk to me if you want. You know, no big deal. Maybe we could play some Among Us with your other friends. This stuff was pretty silly. The debunker had to chime in.
It's not a tactic if the person is asking for... Brother, it's not a tactic.
How are you still here? Didn't you say, like, your things like... Oh, laptop. I just noticed. But again, like, you should just, like, go to take a break. I'm literally working. Like, I'm just, like, doing my job. People pay me to do the drawing, and I do the drawing, and then I'm watching, like, video and do the drawing at the same time. You are going to either be here just for the vibing, or, like, I don't know. If it's vibing, then sure. Just keep doing this, I guess. I'm still, like, working on, like, quite a lot of things. Ooh, this one. The linear burn is actually quite nice. I don't want to have, like, too much of, like, color difference change. Color difference, like, change. This should be nice enough. dodge and then lower down the color a little bit. This is something I learned like from like some rendering technique. Is basically like your face actually does like radiate out colors. So when you're kind of like coloring it, the surrounding face would have that reflective colors. So if your skin is like would rather most likely is just like your skin, or like the environmental lighting, you can like do a lot of stuff. You can see like I just add a little bit of like skin colors onto the hair. It looks much more natural that way right now, just because of it. This make it like much more easier to do like a lot more other things. And then later on I can add more textures into it, a little bit this, a little bit that. It would add the rendering much more and more realistic as things goes. And then I also can add one more that is the same colors as this one. I'm going to this, rise up, and use just multiply. This would like increase the like dark area for like the hairline stuff. Like it would like increase the textures a lot more. So this won't blend into the colors. Because at the end, like this thing is still supposed to be like on the darker colors than like the rest of the things. But they can't really be that dark, and I still have like a few things I do have to like fix up with. No, just this. Okay, like I have to like do something like this. Okay, then this two off first. Color them. Okay, good. Oh, wait, where was I again? Ah, yes, this one.
About money. If the person is asking for money and baits to receive money, you cannot say this. It has to be unprompted, unwarranted. It has to be, and even if it has to be after reluctance and resistance. That's the moment where it would be wrong. If the business, well, I don't think I should be taking this, and you still do it, wrong.
You know, stuff is really unemployed when XQC starts to make sense.
Love bombing me, dude. F off. Just
and I
stop
think
it.
one thing that
again, XQC is correct. These women don't show any reluctance to taking his money, so the fact that they think this is a gotcha is a bit of a flaw. Summary. Fake scumbag e-boy turns out to be a pest expected, and clout-chasing e-girls can't take accountability for themselves so easily because they wanted attention from someone rich and famous expected. He's not a predator. You don't have to sensationalize it. You all just acted like ghouls trying to use each other. Lily Pichu also chimed in saying, I feel like I don't really know who people are and it's a lot to unpack. I try to believe in people, but I've ended up disappointed so many times. I'm becoming more closed off. I'm taking a few days off. See you guys later. Stay safe. Stay comfy. I'm not even gonna say his friends turned on him because the dude straight up cheated. Like, you know, whatever. I don't really care that a streamer cheated on his girlfriend, and I don't understand why everyone else is pretending they do either.
You're wrong about the Sakuno situation. It was between two consenting adults. You can't be mad at two consenting adults. I don't understand why you're upset.
This was like Hiroshima 2 for the Asian girls. It was devastating. But Predator? Really? Piece of sure. Asshole? Definitely. But let's not just throw these words around.
Oh my god. Yeah, this was a glazer. The guy who makes this video is a glazer. Like, this guy coordinated the release of this video because he's a big ass fucking glazer. Like, this is just, it's uncharitable. Like, it's not manipulative yet.
Nerdy gamer boy facade to lure women into a false narrative.
Also, one of the girls was straight up telling him she doesn't have money, and she used the crying emoji.
I need money. I need money. You give me money? Oh my god! Don't do that! Stop it!
XQC was not a fan of this Muujin video. He was calling him a glazer, and their beef was escalating. He was so pressed for some reason, he even left a comment. Let's check it out. If he can only date people that are as or more famous than he is, then who could he have dated during his peak era? There were literally zero creators who
Hi there. Well, welcome to my stream. My name is Kiravalka, and I'm your host and your voice for the voice here to entertain you, and may not have no idea what the heck I'm doing. I am just drawing at the moment. I'm doing the rendering side of the guy side. The female side already finished, so I'm just now doing the dude. Today I will be maybe spend my entire day just to finish most of the dude stuff, and then if I got extra time, I'll finish the taco too. I'll try my best to kind of work out and finish up everything as early as possible, as fast as possible. Maybe today I can finish it. Not really sure. If you are a little kid with the tooth like that, not sure. You have to ask your parent about that. Technically, if it already loosened up, it can just easily fall off. Just don't be too afraid of it. Because usually when it's very jostle, it barely have anything connected to it. Yeah, just let your parent know afterward if you want to pull off. But if you are 50 years old saying you have a very jostle tooth, you better go and look at a dentist first. But either way, I'm just a guy on the internet, so better not ask too many advice stuff from here. Because not doctors, nor dentists.
Who would qualify for that? Please clarify. He could have dated Pokimane, his girlfriend. He could have simply dated his girlfriend that he lived with and not lied to her for over 5 years while playing dating simulator with every female content creator in existence. But sure, man, let's instead farm clips calling cheating based. Real classy.
I just thought, yo, he's kind of the GOAT.
So this old clip resurfaced of XQC giving Sykkuno advice back in the day, and it aged like fine wine.
You could get a girlfriend a date for a whole year if you just... What? Yeah, man.
Chat. I trained the man well, chat. Guys. I gave him some golden advice, and he took it to heart, man. What can I say?
Whoa, it's almost like two things can be true at once. The girls that exposed him are weird, and he's also a piece of for cheating. Crazy. If you made it this far, you're forced to subscribe to my channel because we both know you're unemployed as hell and you fit right in.
Do you hold on a little bit? I have to focus on cleaning up some of the lineup. Yeah, and... Ooh. What the heck is going on in this one? Wait, aren't they supposed to be... Okay, this is supposed to be on this line, but why can't I remove it? That was weird. Okay. You won't find any new video for a 2Z. Oh, just this view, okay. I already watched this one, but you guys should actually watch this one too. It's like a dude is being like completely idiot.
This warehouse employee was just arrested on multiple felony arson related charges after he allegedly filmed and posted himself starting what ended up to be a 1.2 million square foot fire at work.
You know, if you're not gonna pay us enough to live or afford to live, at least pay us enough not to do this.
If you want to do what you want to do, like remember to have your family in the vicinities of your range, that they know what you are doing, because we would not want a tooth fall out and drop into your throat and then you start choking on it, okay?
Buddy, how do you even... This warehouse employee was just arrested on multiple felony arson related charges after he allegedly filmed and posted himself starting what ended up to be a 1.2 million square foot fire at work.
You know, if you're not gonna pay us enough to live or afford to live, at least pay us enough not to do this.
Buddy, how do you even come to the conclusion to think about doing this? Quit and get a new job at this point. Dude completely ruined his life. Also, probably destroyed the jobs of hundreds of other workers there. But obviously, things get so much worse for him because not only did he allegedly do all of this, no, he was intentionally filming his act for social media. Apparently, the suspect also compared himself to Luigi Mangione in a phone call to a witness. So I guess we can only assume he wants attention and he probably wants to be applauded for this. But regardless, it was pretty convenient for an arsonist that his target was a Kimberly-Clark distribution center where most of the products there were paper products. Because essentially, it was 11 city blocks of toilet paper, diapers, and Kleenexes, so all it took was one disgruntled employee and a lighter to light the whole place on fire, burn the whole place to the ground.
A person has been arrested suspected of arson and is being held without bail. The warehouse, the size of 11 city blocks, is a Kimberly-Clark distribution center filled with paper products from familiar brands like Kleenex to Huggies diapers.
Speaking of Kleenex, I need one because these pollen allergies are destroying me. And while many people can, I guess, understand the frustrations of the alleged arsonist, who is apparently 29-year-old Shamel Abdul Karim, when it comes to, you know, his wage and cost of living, but doing this is absolutely insane. Congratulations, you just destroyed your life. Plus, I mean, it's just so obvious that a lot of people are going to be affected by this, especially his coworkers. You know, the working class people who are likely paid the exact same amount as him. Then you also have the logistics chain and the company and whoever's insuring this, which I'm sure will somehow pass this down to the consumer. The only good news here, though, is thankfully no workers were actually harmed from this disaster. Well, the fire first broke out early morning Tuesday in an Ontario, California warehouse, and there were reported to be 20 people working that night, and thankfully everyone made it out safe and sound, except, well, you know, they all most likely lost their main and probably only source of income. And obviously, not only them, but also everyone else who works around the clock there. They're now suddenly out of a job because one guy decided to burn the whole place down. And to make things even worse, one article states there was several big rigs parked outside of the warehouse and they were also destroyed in the fire. Meaning people who just transport this stuff for a living and potentially even work for themselves had their livelihoods destroyed as well. Like, imagine all the miles you put on the road as a trucker just to pay off your Peterbilt 379 because that's the coolest truck on the road. And so,
like, again, like, sometimes this kind of shit happens is just narcissistic people. I know that they live a shitty life, but it's not like a person that is like social enough. This is like, he only believed himself in the entire fucking world at that point. He just do not fucking have any self-awareness on anyone in his vicinity surrounding. AKA a dumbass. Most probably, like, he have like low pay just because of that. Like, joke aside, but it is sad things to ever happens that everyone at least have a job now don't even have a job.
some moron then
Yeah, because of a moron
destroyed as well. Like, imagine all the miles you put on the road as a trucker just to pay off your Peterbilt 379, because that's the coolest truck on the road. And some moron then decides to burn down a warehouse that you're loading off of, and just like that, your whole truck goes up in smoke. So just keep in mind how many people this guy actually screwed over when he tries to act like he's doing an act of heroism here. There is nothing heroic about this. And of course, now you have all these firefighters that have to risk their lives to try to put this out as well. But once the fire had started, it only took 3 hours for it to become a 6-alarm fire, which I assume is really bad because on Wikipedia I can only find a 5-alarm fire. So either this fire created a whole new category, or I'm completely misinterpreting this chart. Probably the latter. But I mean, either way, the building may as well just been full of matches or lighter fluid because there was simply no chance of stopping the spread inside. And I guess the building was equipped with a fire suppression system that was working at first, but once a portion of the roof collapsed, it was game over. And I mean, it looks like a RuneScape building the way that only walls are left, but essentially you have a massive warehouse that's just filled with the most flammable stuff possible, pretty much. Well, excluding chemicals and so on. But hey, firefighters were still trying to put out the flames more than 12 hours later. So all in all, officials said it took 20 engine companies, 15 truck companies, 2 ambulances with supervisors, 17 chief officers, 3 investigators, and 3 specialized resources, and approximately 175 firefighters to get all of this under control. Talk about a massive waste. But thankfully, thanks to all of their efforts, they prevented it from spreading to any neighboring buildings. But just because everything surrounding the warehouse was still standing doesn't mean they didn't suffer any negative effects, because everyone in this area was told to stay indoors due to poor air quality. And I bet a lot of the close neighboring buildings still ended up with some crazy smoke damages just from being this close. So I guess you can tack on even more completely innocent people that were allegedly affected by Chamel's stupidity, which, of course, one of the worst parts of all this is the fact that Chamel wasn't even employed by Kimberly Clark. Apparently, he worked for NFI Industries, a third-party logistics contractor that runs the warehouse on Kimberly Clark's behalf. Imagine the phone call his supervisor got. He did what? This is such a crazy situation.
Abdul Karim has been arrested for felony arson. Police say he was working at the warehouse through a third-party company. Investigators say they are reviewing the video.
So apparently, if it was him after all, he didn't even really go after the correct people by starting this fire. Again, all he did was put the entirety of the warehouse staff out of work and risk serious injury or death. And I guess he decided if he was going down, the entire place was going down with him. So when all of the employees had initially evacuated, Chamel was the only one not accounted for at first. Coworkers said that no one...
This is the Atozi one. Atozi actually like do a lot of video about like how fucking dumb and dangerous people are nowadays, especially people who make TikTok content. Literally, there's so many challenges out there right now in TikTok. Is essentially just literally tell you to do crime and race against time. Like who literally would do the crime the best and then film it in the gosh dang internet and post it there, be your own fucking star witness. And then lots of people does that shit. Like I was like so dumbfounded. Like here's the thing, I'm posting like the video link, but again, you should go and watch a lot of Atozi video by just learn the stupidity of humanities. That you'll learn one thing, you won't become the next person like those stupid ass people. Like again, let me go full Asian to kind of like not exaggerate the issues. It's like fully explain the issues. Stupid dumb, stupid crime and video file. Crime and video do not fucking match. Do not fucking film your crime. Do not post your crime in the internet. Brag about it. Do not be fucking stupid. Okay, that would be my word to say it. Uncle Kirei out. And back to the normal program.
suspected he was behind the fire at the time, though. They were just trying to locate him. And apparently at first, they all assumed the fire had started by the robots that they use in the warehouse. And I don't think it matters too much that he self-reported, because I'm sure there would have been a way to find out that it was him anyways. Wait, actually, that would be if the camera footage would be streamed, because if the whole building burned down like that, it might have burned down the footage of him as well. But that would be if we use old, outdated. Nah, he would have been caught regardless, right? Because like in the old school way, he would obviously, the tapes of everything would be burned down, but is the server for the security system, is that in the same building or is that externally? That's what it all depended on. Regardless, he snitched on himself. Also, I mean, I am just completely yapping here because I don't know how security systems work. But regardless, it is kind of funny to think that pretty much everyone at the time was just assuming this was some crazy fluke. But I mean, even if they were suspicious, it doesn't mean that they had any leads. Like, I mean, there could have been a possibility if he didn't post this, he could have gotten away with it. But of course, he wasn't going to let any robots or anyone else get the credit for his incredibly stupid actions. No, this guy wanted to go down as the poster boy for the guy who burned down the tissues. But obviously in the video that he posted himself, he can be seen, you know, lighting.
If you like suddenly need a tissue for some sessions and then you realize that you don't have any tissues anymore, you can't buy it, it's that guy's fault. If you have a dirty ass right now, you ran out of toilet paper, it's that guy's fault, okay?
Various pallets of toilet paper on fire and alleging that, you know, they didn't pay him enough to live. And we can only assume he's probably talking about his employer, not Kimberly Clark here. Meanwhile, you can hear his coworkers warning one another of the fire and expressing the need for them to evacuate over radios. And I guess this is when he was missing. But he even taunts his employer by saying all you had to do was pay us enough, as if he gave them an opportunity to work out a deal at any point before he decided to do this. But naturally, the video was shared with law enforcement and it led to him, Trammell, being arrested and charged with 1 count of aggravated arson and 6 counts of arson of a structure, according to San Bernardino County District Attorney Jason Anderson. And he's currently being held without bail as he awaits the scheduled arraignment that was postponed until Monday. So he is currently facing 10 years to life in prison if convicted as charged. Brocho's facing life in prison over quitting his job and trying to find a higher paying job. Like, dude. And of course, like I mentioned, there are people who are praising him for standing up against big companies by potentially causing a devastating fire and putting all of his coworkers out of work. Like, it just doesn't make sense. And sure, maybe there are some level of merit to his complaints, but this is not the way you do it. Because there are articles going around claiming that NFI has previously owed millions of dollars to its employees for wage theft. And looking into it, it seems like the Indeed salary data lists this job as paying around $18 an hour, which is around $37,000 a year before taxes. So I mean, you can understand why people are frustrated in this situation, but again, burning down a warehouse that doesn't even belong to your employer is beyond the normal level of frustration. Companies are also often prepared for things like this to happen. Maybe not things exactly like this, but fires and disasters are planned for. And if anything, companies will get insurance payouts and use one of their other distribution centers, which once again leaves only his poor ex-coworkers in the wake of all this destruction. Hopefully it doesn't disrupt the Kleenexes though, because going through pollen season without Kleenexes would be awful. But I think this guy was like enough of a dumbass and narcissist to think that a whole bunch of people were going to rally up behind him and he was going to be essentially a martyr. But in reality, he's just a dumbass. Like, congratulations, dude. You completely destroyed your own life and you also ruined a whole bunch of other people's careers. Like, I don't know if this logistics company has other warehouses they work on, but I mean, this thing burned to the ground. They probably have other warehouse workers working at those. And if they don't, I don't know how close this would be. So the people living there would have to commute a long way just to have the same job. Like, this just sucks for everyone. But the dude is scheduled for an arraignment on Monday where the charges will officially be presented. But based on the video, it's not looking good for this guy. Hopefully the people who are out of work due to this fire can be relocated or find other work in the meantime. But in the meantime, I'll definitely be keeping an eye out on this story. And speaking of tissues, thank you guys for bearing with me. A lot of you guys have actually been commenting, yo, your new microphone makes you sound like you have a cold. No, I'm just dealing with really bad pollen allergies.
No, I actually have a cold.
I do have a new microphone though. I think it sounds pretty good.
Like, to be honest, like, I'm not really sure this will be actually a very good way to help you defend from, like, pollen stuff. Have a humidifier in your room. might be able to help, because like wetting like the pollen and then they let them like fall onto the ground is kind of one of the tactic. Not sure it can work or not. Don't call me out on this if it didn't work. It's just, as a man of science, might work.
Good, but my pollen allergies and the fact that I cannot breathe from my nose makes me not sound that great. So bear with me. I can probably the added filter and a few other. This TikTok motorcycle photographer is facing serious backlash after he got called out by a customer for editing her body to look larger than what she is, and what she says is in a way to mock her.
The guy I booked with and filmed the video shoot with decided to upload the video with a filter that made me appear to be obese, clearly to attempt to mock me. Here's the raw footage. Here's what he edited and uploaded without consent.
Why would you do that? I just don't see the upside here. But of course, he's not admitting to it at all, but I'm not really sure how he expected to get away with this in the first place, since, you know, he airdropped her the raw footage right after they filmed it. So, I mean, all of this just doesn't make sense.
This is the raw footage that was airdropped to me at the video shoot. Everything was filmed with an iPhone. This is what he edited. He's now claiming is the original raw footage.
Why? Okay, so clearly she was able to make the before and after to prove it was edited. Not really that she needs the side-by-side, because you can clearly see there is some distortion around her body in his version of everything. And apparently this isn't even a one-time thing either, so I don't know why he does this, but hey, whatever floats his boat, I guess. But clearly he's going to regret doing so, because a whole bunch of people started calling him out. Rightfully so. But still, I don't really understand the upside for him here. Is it for him to like flex that he's stronger than what he really is by, like, you know, because he's carrying these women? So he's trying to make the women bigger than what they are to make him seem stronger? Is that what's going on? I don't know. But not to mention, when you auto translate the caption of the now deleted video, he himself directly refers to her as a slightly fat lady, which, you know, maybe it's just poor translation, but I mean, this with the added filter and a few other women, it just doesn't make him look great. Now, obviously, he's trying to do damage control. So how does he do this? Well, we'll get into it, because at the end of the day, he doesn't want to lose his motorcycle photography customers, and I guess his TikTok fans as well. So in an attempt to do damage control, he tries to apologize, but the apology just makes everything seem worse. Again, I don't know if something's getting lost in translation, because his excuses are hard to believe here, but apparently he wants to get the authorities involved. The woman, who I guess is the first person to call this guy out for this behavior, she goes by the name of Sarah Tours the World on TikTok. And obviously, based on her name, she makes travel contests. Sarah currently has about 22,000 followers and posts about her adventures in different places, along with recommendations or fun or unique experience to do while you're there. But recently, she's been in Chongqing, China, where I guess the fun and unique thing that she wanted to do was this motorbike video shoot.
I made it to the Chongqing motorcycle shoot. I'm just waiting for my turn. I'm so excited.
I do find it funny there's a place called
online, because apparently a few of these have gone very viral.
I know the actual Chinese word is not called Chongqing. It's just like the way that they kind of pronounce it is just like so fucking hilarious.
Like, oh, you can have your fantasy Chinese boyfriend take you out on a motorcycle and you can get photography taken and so on and so on. I don't know, whatever floats people's boat. But Chongqing has a very famous skyline, and obviously this dude will take you out on a motorcycle and he'll take a photo of you on his bike in front of the very cool city skyline. Some people apparently pay for that, and this woman was, I guess, one of them, but I think everyone involved in this transaction ended up regretting everything they did. But regardless, this guy essentially sells the service and allows women to LARP as a biker girl in Chongqing, China. And I guess Sarah here thought that would be a cool thing for her content, or maybe just an experience to do. But I do also want to say there's apparently a bunch of people that do this, so it kind of seems like it's like Elmo on Times Square or something like that.
I finally did the Chongqing motorbike trend, and many of you have been asking where exactly and how much. Let me tell you now.
It's a novelty that tourists enjoy and pay for, and where there's demand, there's probably a supply. So it just so happens that this one creator, Liang, seems to try and maliciously edit some of the videos to boost engagement, and unfortunately at the expense of his paying customers. So I mean, I'm assuming he's just trying to make it funnier at his core, or you know, just maybe flex that he's stronger than what he is, because he does film himself carrying these women. But again, who knows? Regardless, I think it's just engagement bait. And apparently there's like a whole bunch of different storylines. You have like tourists, you have runaway brides.
You can come up with your own storyline and have the writer do it. Or if you don't have any ideas, they'll suggest too. I just told him I wanted something funny, and here goes.
Yeah, it's just an interesting section of the social media world. But editing someone's size in an attempt to mock them, that's not a good look for the dudes. So when Sarah went to look for her video posted on Liang's page, she was shocked to see that it did not look like the raw footage that she was sent at all.
Here's a side-by-side. This is so hurtful, distasteful, and disgusting. I was actually making a video for you guys on how to book with him, but something told me to go watch the video on his page, and that's when I saw it. Posting my image wasn't some accident. It was a premeditated, deliberate attempt to distort and disrespect my image. Keep in mind, the filter was only on me.
Here we can very clearly see he's using a filter making her bigger. And it's not even like an argument in the video of like, oh, it's like more zoomed in or something like that. No, you can clearly see all the distortion around it. And then on top of that, her arms are warped, so are the metal railings and everything. So, I mean, it's obvious. So naturally, Sarah made a video titled Chongqing Motorbike Ultimate Betrayal. And that's the video I've been showing you guys clips from already, where she goes into detail about the whole ordeal. And she talks about how she specifically wanted to participate in this trend, and she was gorgeous, excited, and obviously she paid money for this. So I don't know why you would think mocking a paying customer would be a good idea for business ever, but maybe he thought because most of these people that I think he's warping are foreign tourists, and obviously there's a firewall. So maybe he was hoping that they would not be able to see the content that he posts within the Chinese firewall. Who knows though? But Sarah also says the experience itself was a good time when it was happening, and then she didn't initially feel any bad vibes.
What's crazy is that this night was originally filled with laughter, good vibes, and creativity. I trusted this creator, supported his business, paid for the video shoot, was nothing but kind, and this is how he rewarded me. I have such a beautiful spirit and genuine heart, and that's why I will never understand why some people do what they do. And this is reality. This is what it's like to travel as a melanated woman.
And not to mention, her first video doing a fun behind the scenes and essentially promoting his business for free got 2.8 million views. So I don't know why he would do that to her when she gave him that much exposure. So when she decided to make that follow-up exposing Liang for, I guess, artificially inflating her, that also went viral. So now that video is sitting at like 1.6 million views. And she says that she immediately reached out to him through Instagram DMs and asked him to take down the video because of how he portrayed her, which he did eventually do. But he basically was like, my bad, deleted. So he's not really remorseful here.
I quickly DM'd him, and this is what I said. I'm going to show you the whole thread. I was very professional in the original DM because my ultimate goal was for him to delete the altered video from all of his platforms. I felt like if I were to cuss him out, he would have just blocked me. He did delete the video, and this was his response. As you can see, he did not care.
But then, obviously, his comments started to flood with people asking why he filtered the video in the first place. And in the meantime, Sarah continued to share their escalating interactions on Instagram DMs, which obviously didn't help him either since, you know, she's still getting millions of views.
Then the video started gaining traction, and that's when he was blowing up my DMs. He had the nerve to ask me to delete some of the bad comments. The next message, he says, the video sent to you has been processed by us, so it is a little different from ours. Essentially, he's trying to gaslight me. He also asked me again to delete some of the bad comments.
So then everything shifts up. So he starts out by claiming the video that she sent was processed, which is why there are like discrepancies, which makes no sense whatsoever because, you know, she has the raw footage. Like, what are you doing, dog? But again, as we've already pointed out, you could see the moving background. This looks distorted. But Liang also asked her to delete some of the bad comments, which is kind of funny because, you know, allegedly he was liking comments making fun of Sarah under his video. So I don't know what he's on about. But of course, I'm taking the word from people on the internet here, so you got to be careful with that. But Liang then asked Sarah to delete her video because of all the heat that he was actually getting now. But pretty quickly, he started to threaten to call the police on her for cyber attacks. What? All she did was say, hey, this guy that I paid money to for a biker video shoot, he artificially inflated me to look bigger than what I am to essentially mock me on his social media platform. What did she do wrong there?
Then this man has the nerve to say, the video on your side has not been deleted. Pause. You mean the video that I paid for? He's complaining that people are sending him private messages with bad remarks. Now he wants me to delete my video that I paid for. And if you don't deal with it, then I will also call the popo to ensure my personal safety. The nerve, you guys. This is madness.
Hey, I mean, sorry you got outed for being a nasty person, but Sarah says that she blocked him after this interaction because she doesn't care about his apology anyways, and it doesn't really mean anything to her because, you know, how much he tried to avoid admitting to what he did. And honestly, I don't blame her. I mean, I don't think he even admitted to it to begin with. But in her next video, she says that he contacted her on Instagram and the message is interesting. So his argument is, if I was going to filter your appearance to make fun of you, I would have blocked you so you couldn't have seen it. Or he just thought that she wouldn't have too much of a voice and you wouldn't get any real repercussions for it. Who knows though?
You guys can pause and read the whole thing. Basically, he's not taking responsibility for anything and said that his account isn't solely handled by him. Then contradicts himself when he says if he was trying to act maliciously, then he would have blocked me before posting it, so I would have never seen it. Right there, he just admitted that he posted it. Keep in mind, this edited video is on all his platforms for over a month. You mean to tell me that you haven't seen what was posted on your account for over a month? He's a terrible liar. He also says things like regardless of right or wrong. He doesn't take any responsibility, basically. And I blocked him because I don't have time for this.
But basically, according to him, because he didn't block her, he wasn't maliciously filtering her to make her look bigger. Right. But just when everything seemed like he couldn't have made a worse argument, he came out with this apology video. So Liang still sticks to the whole we posted the unedited and unrefined video by accident argument, but still, I guess, like tries to tack on a body positive message at the end of it. And I'm assuming this is just an attempt to save face and seem like he's actually just a good guy. He's just misunderstood here. Okay, so we're translating here, but we want to make big girls feel brave enough to take photos and videos. I guess that's just kind of like his sentiment, which...
For a guy who always wants people to be healthy, and I'm also quite fat too, I'm going to tell this thing.
Stop doing fucking fat positivity shit. It's killing people.
Man. It's like gassing people to the grave. Can't help it or not, again, like your thing, okay? At least do some exercise and stuff. Like a lot of people use like in the name of fat positivity. Like if you try to just say, hey, go do some exercise, you're going to call it fucking fat phobic. I was like, hey, you do exercise means that you can live longer. It's like your body condition is not going to stay for that long. Like, have you seen like those kind of like fat influencers? Yeah, you've seen them. Not see them, okay? They're dead. Do you know why? I had a heart attack, problem with the blood, yada stuff, and lots of people been fat before. I can tell you one thing. It fucking sucks. I've been obese before too. It's like I'm actively trying to like slim myself down, but still, again, like it's hard to move. When I say hard to move, it's not like actually like you're so fat to a point like you just wobble like a gosh fucking penguin. I mean like when you fat to a certain rate, okay, like go to obese level of fat, your movement becomes sluggish, okay. A few jog or like just standing up and down a few times, you start to like have to take in a lot more breath. Like you basically are breathless most of the times, okay. And when you want to move, you feel this extreme fucking delay on every movement you have there. It's like you want to raise your arm up, in your brain, your arm already raised up already, but for some fucking reason, your hand is just slowly moving. It's like you feel like this delay almost to a point that your body is so foreign. It's like it's not your body at all. This is what at least I want to tell you guys. Do some exercise, even you're fat, even you're not going to reduce any weight doing this, okay? It's like complete futile. Just keep exercising. This gives you a little bit extra strength to move your body. At least when you have enough strength to a point that when you want to move, you immediately can move the way you want it. Like, isn't that a good thing? Okay? Don't listen to that California like bitch talking about that, okay? Like, if you guys don't know, I'll show you guys like the thing later on. Okay. Not California. I think it's San Francisco or something.
Isn't really heroic. Again, to be completely fair, we are going based off of translations, and we don't really know the full nuance of this because sometimes translations can be pretty off. So, hey, if you speak Chinese, let me know in the comments down below what's being said, or if my version of the translation is mostly accurate. But Sarah, of course, responded very quickly to this.
Update, he's made an apology video and now he's claiming the version where I look completely different is the original. That's not just wrong, it's a blatant lie and I can prove it. Here's another clip that we didn't use because my string was hanging down. Now, this is what he edited. He's now claiming is the original raw footage. You can tell that this has some kind of filter on it.
Okay, so I mean, it's safe to say that Liang was caught red-handed since, you know, he's been deleting videos and comments trying to cover his tracks. And unfortunately for him, screenshots and recordings, they live forever. And in the most recent video where Sarah covers his apology video, she's replying to people in the comments stating that she's reporting his business and even looking into avenues to sue. So he's getting the police involved. She's looking into suing him. We have quite the hot mess here on our hands. I think it would be a complete waste of money for her to sue. I feel so bad that this happened to her, but I feel like her suing him would just cause her more financial pain than what it would be worth it. But in Liang's comments, people are leaving quotes outlining defamation laws, I guess seemingly to imply that Sarah might actually have grounds to sue him for defamation, which I guess, you know, could be a possible option. But again, suing someone in China sounds like very much an uphill battle. Sometimes it's best to just be like, yeah, some people suck, and then move on. But that being said, she doesn't really seem like she wants to let him get away with this. So at the end of the day, I'll keep an eye on the story and keep you guys updated. Regardless, if you're new here, feel free to subscribe, drop a like if you enjoyed the video, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace.
Alright then. Well, it's late night. I do want to take a little bit of break in between this. I might finish this thing like off live. Like usually I do finish my artwork like live. But yeah, there's a lot of work to do still. And I practically just 50% of rendering. Like the armor's still like flat color, haven't like really finished. Like on the, you know, you can see the gauntlet side of things. And then there's also like the skin side of the rendering I haven't done yet. Like the line I still haven't finished yet. You can kind of like see I do color the line a little bit, just a little bit. Either way, I do have to take a little bit of break, and I'm fucking hungry at the moment. Yes, my language, but so at the end, Thank you very much for watching, guys, and as always, stay healthy, stay safe. Until next time, stay tuned on the next stream. Bye-bye.